greater than the sum of their parts. STEM Monsters is more than just a program. It's a gateway to the future. Through STEM, students gain the skills and confidence to lead, to innovate, and to make a difference together. We are not just imagining a better world, we are creating it. Join us at STEM Monsters, where education is an adventure and the future is bright. Let's shape tomorrow together through the power of STEM. In the world of STEM Monsters, learning isn't confined to textbooks. It's a journey of exploration where every day brings new challenges and discoveries. Here, education comes alive through hands on experiences that spark curiosity and fuel creativity. At STEM Monsters, we believe in the power of hands on learning. It's through doing that concepts are truly understood. Whether it's building a vehicle or designing a complex system, each project is a chance to apply knowledge in a tangible, meaningful way.
Thank you all for being on time. Since we know that Bangalore traffic, we're just running late by 15 minutes. So let us all be patient and wait for another 15 minutes for the program to begin.
Every project at STEMmonsters is rooted in real-world application. Students aren't just learning, they are solving problems, addressing global challenges, and making connections between what they study and the world that they live in. This is learning with purpose. Curiosity is the cornerstone of innovation. At STEMmonsters, we foster an environment where questions are encouraged and free thinking is celebrated. Here, students are empowered to explore, to wonder, and to push the boundaries of what's possible. Innovation thrives in collaboration. At STEMmonsters, teamwork is at the heart of every project. Students learn the value of diverse perspectives, combining their strengths to create solutions that are greater than the sum of their parts. STEMmonsters is more than just a program. It's a gateway to the future. Through STEM, students gain the skills and confidence to lead, to innovate, and to make a difference together. We are not just imagining a better world, we are creating it. Join us at STEMmonsters, where education is an adventure and the future is bright. Let's shape tomorrow together through the power of STEM. In the world of STEMmonsters, learning isn't confined to textbooks. It's a journey of exploration, where every day brings new challenges and discoveries. Here, education comes alive through hands-on experiences that spark curiosity and fuel creativity. At STEMmonsters, we believe in the power of hands-on learning. It's through doing that concepts are truly understood. Whether it's building a vehicle or designing a complex system, each project is a chance to apply knowledge in a tangible, meaningful way. Every project at STEMmonsters is rooted in real-world application. Students aren't just learning, they are solving problems, addressing global challenges, and making connections between what they study and the world that they live in. This is learning with purpose. Curiosity is the cornerstone of innovation. At
Dear
STEMmonsters, we
participants,
foster an
we'll be
environment
starting in
where
another
questions
5
are
minutes.
encouraged and free thinking is celebrated.
Kindly note
Here, students are
that
empowered to
water is served
explore,
outside
to
the room
wonder,
and as well in the lobby downstairs. And the men's washroom is on the right side of the room, and the women's washroom is on the left side. We'll have volunteers to guide you. We'll be starting in 5 minutes sharp.
and to push the boundaries of what's possible. Innovation thrives in collaboration. At STEMmonsters, teamwork is at the heart of every project. Students learn the value of diverse perspectives, combining their strengths to create solutions that are greater than the sum of their parts. STEMmonsters is more than just a program. It's a gateway to the future. Through STEM, students gain the skills and confidence to lead, to innovate, and to make a difference together. We are not just imagining a better world, we are creating it. Join us at STEMmonsters, where education is an adventure and the future is bright. Let's shape tomorrow together through the power of STEM. In the world of STEMmonsters, learning isn't confined to textbooks. It's a journey of exploration, where every day brings new challenges and discoveries. Here, education comes alive through hands on experiences that spark curiosity and fuel creativity. At STEM Monsters, we believe in the power of hands on learning. It's through doing that concepts are truly understood. Whether it's building a vehicle or designing a complex system, each project is a chance to apply knowledge in a tangible, meaningful way. Every project at STEM Monsters is rooted in real world application. Students aren't just learning, they are solving problems, addressing global challenges, and making connections between what they study and the world that they live in. This is learning with purpose. Curiosity is the cornerstone of innovation. At STEM Monsters, we foster an environment where questions are encouraged and free thinking is celebrated. Here, students are empowered to explore, to wonder.
Good morning, everyone. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the finals of STEMXplore 2026. Look around this room. We have a vibrant gathering of young innovators, tireless mentors, dedicated educators, proud parents, and some of the most distinguished minds in the STEM community. Today isn't just about a trophy or a title. It is a celebration of the tiny spark of curiosity, the creativity to dream big, and the courage to ask why and how. Over the next few hours, we are going to witness Ideas that prove innovation isn't just for grown ups in the labs, it's alive and well in the minds of our students as well. We are especially honored to host these finals at the prestigious Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. This campus has been a beacon of scientific research for decades, and today, you students are a part of that legacy. To ensure our innovators get the best guidance, we have an incredible panel of judges with us today. Mr. Sukumar Rangachari, business mentor at NSRCEL IIMB. Ms. Pushpa Tantri, director at Akshara Foundation. Dr. Suma Eman, technology manager at GE Aerospace. I now invite Dr. Sonali to invite the guests with saplings. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, judges. We are also joined by several guests who are pillars of the education and tech ecosystem. We have with us Ms. Shrija Iyer, Principal, Sparkling Minds Global School, Ms. Hema Chowdhury, co-founder, Scottle High, Jaipur, Dr. Shanali, founder of Curiosity Science Discovery Center, Bangalore, Mr. Prashant, South India Marketing Lead, Plaksha University, Ms. Ritu and Mr. Ashwin Babu from our sponsor team at DigiKey. An event of this scale is a team effort. We are proud to collaborate with our knowledge partner, IEEE PES Bangalore chapter, headed by Professor Gurunath Gurala and his brilliant student volunteers. Gold sponsor, IEEE SPS Bangalore chapter, and our gifting partners, DigiKey and Toynic. To begin this morning, we follow a beautiful tradition that symbolizes the transition from darkness to light, from ignorance to knowledge. I invite our dignitaries to join us on stage for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. I invite Sukumar sir, Pushpa ma'am, Suma ma'am, and Dr. Sonali to please be on stage. Thank you, dignitaries. May this light inspire the brilliance we are about to see today. To honor our nation and the spirit of unity, may I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem. Thank you all. To formally welcome you and share the heart behind this initiative, I invite the visionary behind STEM Monsters Education, Dr. Sonali Dasgupta, to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Can I hear some sound? Good morning. Thank you, Akshay. Before I start my invitation talk, I want to start with something that is probably on the mind of everybody's mind over here. Where is the world heading? With the war looming large, with us fighting each other, with AI taking over, what are we preparing our students for? This is a time when machines are writing poetry, they are fighting the wars, they are probably even learning faster than we ever could. So, the question that I ask every day interacting with students is, will they be okay in the future? Do we even know what the future looks like? Will they still be needed? And that's a fair question. Machines are getting smarter, we can't deny it. But are they becoming more human? Can they actually feel and look at the broken world we are living in today and want to make it better place to live in? That is the question we should ask. That space of empathy, curiosity, and imagination, that is the future we want our children to live in. And that is where the future belongs. The question is, are we raising our children to remain relevant in the future that awaits them? And that is the question STEMonsters was founded to answer. When I returned to India about 15 years ago, I had worked across multiple research labs across the globe. And I returned and I saw something that deeply troubled me. India has one of the smartest brains in the world. But was our education system really supporting them in using it to its full capability? I did not observe this just as a parent. I also observed this as a scientist. That's ingrained in me. And as a scientist, went looking for what actually works when we talk about student learning, what actually stays when we talk about long term learning. And by putting in that rigor and trying to understand all the studies that have gone out there, all the things that impact learning, which is not clearly linear,
Learning depends on the social factors. Learning depends on the mentors that surround the children. Learning depends on the entire environment beyond the classrooms. So, the learning for a child needs to be ingrained in a framework that supports all of this. And what came out when we started putting STEM Monsters together as a program, as a curriculum, were six pillars that each and every moment of interaction was built upon. Hands on learning. I don't have to elaborate on how hands on learning transforms how we learn, how every child remembers every experience that they go through. That brings us to curiosity and innovation. We know every child is born with curiosity, but somewhere along middle school, something happens, a switch turns, and that is the switch we cannot allow to turn off. We need to retain the curiosity. How do we retain that curiosity? We need to enable the children to look at the bigger picture, then break it down into problems that they can tackle, and then solve those problems from a place of being relatable to the problem, from a place of wanting to solve that problem. And where does that come from? The growth mindset. What is growth mindset? In simple words, I look at it as just the resilience to not get bogged down by a failure. I fail once, I say it's too difficult, I leave. And if we are able to stop that, the fear of failure, we keep growing. That's as simple as that. We keep growing. Now, the world, of course, is getting more and more interconnected with every day. That brings me to the next pillar, interdisciplinary learning. The world is no longer in silos of physics, chemistry, mathematics. It is a world where every subject is closely intertwined with each other, be it climate change, be it healthcare, be it artificial intelligence. All subjects work together, the world works together. And finally, the last is the first principles approach. What if a child did not know the formula behind a phenomenon? Can they actually figure out why something is happening? Understanding why something happens before what an equation tells me to do is how a child learns to reason from ground up, adapt to any problem because the future is unknown. And that is when you start becoming relevant to an unknown future, being able to navigate the uncertainty with the foundation of strong fundamental knowledge. I'm proud to share that our work has also been published in Springer's Lecture Notes in Education and Technology series, a peer reviewed international publication showing the long term learning impact on over 2,000 children using these six pillars of framework of learning. When you build the right foundation, children don't learn STEM. STEM is, after all, a subject. We call STEM, but what is STEM? It's the ability to look at the world and make sense of it, be it in physics, be it in chemistry, be it in maths, or anything. And STEMXplore, when I started STEMXplore, this is where that thinking comes to life of being able to solve a problem that the children can relate to. This is not just a competition. It was never an intent to make it only a competition. Every project that you will see today in this room is evidence that when children are given the right environment and the right motivation, they rise to meet the challenge and surprise us in delightful ways. And STEM Explore is where that thinking of the children come alive. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to thank the people who made STEM Explore possible today. To our judges, Sukumar sir, Pushpa ma'am, Dr. Suma, and of course, we will have Dr. Kumudini joining us later. Oh, she's there. Oh, sorry, I did not see you. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Thank you for giving your time and expertise to our children. When children see, children see experts giving feedback, they realize the importance of what they are doing. And that is the biggest motivation we can offer to the next generation. I do want to thank our sponsors and partners one more time. IEEE PES, IEEE SPS, the IISC volunteers over here, all the student volunteers from Sparkling Minds School, and all the STEMmonsters students who have volunteered today. And DigiKey and Toynic, all of you believed in this event even before the results were out, when we were not even sure if people would travel to the event on a Sunday morning. So thank you for all the partners. That's the kind of support that overwhelms me at every single juncture, and that's what keeps STEMXplore alive year after year. To every finalist here today, I need you to hear this clearly. I want to tell you this very personally. You're not here because your project was the most polished or the most glamorous. You are here today because you showed us the best thought process, the best thinking. And that is something that no machine will ever be able to take away from you in the future. So keep thinking, keep believing in what you can achieve. To the parents who have supported their children and every time sat with them, given them feedback, and said, "That's interesting, tell me more." That's the best environment you can give your child. And to our teachers and mentors, Saujanya ma'am and Jayashri ma'am, every day you prove that technology is replaceable, human mentorship is not. So, in this room today, I see the answer to every anxious question of the future. The world is changing fast. We can't do anything about it. But we can change how our children adapt to that world. So, this is where I would love to thank you everyone for being here. And I welcome you all to STEMXplore 2026. I hope all of you have a day filled with inspiration and curiosity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sonali. Your passion for making STEM accessible is why we're all here. We have with us Dr. Kumudini Ravindra, Chief Mentor at Blue Lotus Inc. Can we have a big round of applause for ma'am? She's also one of the panelists today. I would like to ask Sonali ma'am to welcome ma'am with a sapling. Thank you, ma'am. For those joining us for the first time, let me tell you a secret. STEMXplore started back in 2021 with a simple realization. We noticed there weren't enough places where children could just show their work without the crushing pressure of a contest. We wanted a platform that rewards the intent, the ideation, and the process, not just the shiny finished products. Whether online or offline, our goal remains the same: to make STEM exploration accessible to every child across India. We aren't just looking for the next big app, we are looking for the next big thinker. It's been a busy 2 months. We started with hundreds of registrations from schools nationwide. There was a webinar, late night project tweaks, and a high energy junior hackathon that happened on the 8th of March 2026. What you see today is the best of the best finalists who have shown exceptional clarity and creativity. Remember, you are all already winners for making it to the IISc stage. Here's what's in store for you. Let's Talk STEM, where communication meets science, junior hackathon presentations, coding for a cause, story behind my tech, the how and why of innovation. So let us have a quick audience interaction now. So we have the finalists of all the events here. Can we hear it from all the Let's Talk STEM participants? Guys, where's the energy? I don't know, maybe STEM? Can we all have a STEM shout? What do we do? Can we do it again? 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, that was better. Okay, can we hear it from the story behind my tech participants now? How many of them? Can we hear it from all of you? Once again, 3, 2, 1. Okay. They're, yes, they're keeping their energy in store for their presentations, I suppose. So without much further ado, let's begin our segment 1, Let's Talk STEM. Our first contest is Let's Talk STEM. This year, our speakers will address the theme Learning in the Age of AI, Efficiency versus Ability. To evaluate this segment, please join me in welcoming our esteemed judges. Mr. Sukumar Rangachari, he is a business mentor at NSRCEL, IIMB, and an alumnus of IIT Kharagpur and IIM Bangalore. With over 45 years of experience as an entrepreneur, trainer, and a coach, he has served as the chairman of CIL Mysore and established successful electronic units. We are honored to have your depth of experience with us today, sir. We also have with us Ms. Pushpa Tantri, Director at Akshara Foundation. Ms. Pushpa brings over 29 years of experience across tech and education. After a stellar 17-year career at IBM leading global teams, she transitioned to the development sector as a Teach for India Fellow. She even serves on the NCRT syllabus development team for mathematics. We are glad to have you with us, ma'am. I would like to invite the judges for a few words of encouragement for the children.
Good morning to all of you. I was told that this program was at 10 o'clock, and I'm always a stickler for time. I would be 10 minutes early than even be 1 minute late. I sincerely wish that all of you cultivate that, because you'll have to program your timing. That's one. Secondly, when I entered the campus, I thought I had come across one organization when I was in college. I schooled in Bangalore and then went on to do whatever they told me that I did. Uh, there was an organization called Astra. It, yeah, right, sir, madam. So this was what I heard, and I think attended one or two sessions when long back, and that stands for Application of Science and Technology in Rural Areas, right? If I'm right, yes, that's what it was called as. I said, why rural areas? Why for everything? For the that matter, we lighted the lamp. what I just told the girl who was trying to light two strikes, nothing happened. I did one strike, it happened. It is just an application of science and technology to striking a matchbox, right? Of course, smokers do it better. Right? I don't. Of course, I don't smoke. Okay. Then, then when I was lighting the lamp again, I asked madam that what is the anatomy of the flame? Where do you light it, from the top or from the bottom? We all know that the flame is at the just above the wick. Above that is only soot. You try any amount, it is not going to takes a long time to light. So it's ultimately the application of science and technology in whatever you do. That's what brings you thing. Now, how do you do that? Only when you learn the depth of science and then apply that to technology and then apply it to scale for which we have management. So it's a logical progression. In fact, that is what I went on to do, a course in physics, and then went into technology, into electronics engineering, and then went to do a management. Not immediately after, each after some years. So I thought that that was a logical progression. Then started on my own and all that. One of the things I learned when I was doing everything, that the Japanese calls it 5 Ys and 1 H. Any problem which you take, ask yourself why that problem happens. The moment you get an answer, you ask a why for that. Then you ask, if you are able to answer all the 5 whys, you are a philosopher, right? The problem with most of us is that we don't even ask the first why. And that's where the whole thing. So young minds should keep asking why. Why? It is like the child, the child with a baby, 1 year, 2 years, they keep on answering questions. And it is what actually the others, as the child grows up, as you become student, that the teacher said, don't talk and don't do this, don't do that, and that's where all our curiosity goes down. Keep having that curiosity, enjoy the fun, and you can grow only when your fundamentals are strong. Let me tell you, just like the foundation. In fact, in NCRT, they use the word called scaffolding in NEP 2020. As a part of that, sometime, the scaffolding happens only when you are 100% at every level. It is not the marks what you get. The learning at each level has to be 100%. And that is why today, as Sonali was saying, even students who get into engineering are still so weak in physics and maths, right? That they are not fit enough. And we all know that with the 1.5 million engineers passing out in this country every year, not even 20% are even employable. Okay. So have the urge to ask why. Strengthen your depth of knowledge. And that is what I liked about Sonali when I initially met her, that she used the same experiment at all levels. I said, I appreciate that, and most others don't. Now they realize that simple heart pumping, that one you said, that I can go on, I can go on going into the depth and depth and depth, and finally you will reach somewhere, where you can close your eyes and visualize the whole thing and explain the whole thing. Just like I would say, to end the topic, I said, uh, Yashoda Maya saw the universe in the mouth of Krishna, and that is where you have to get to. Thank you.
No, I think it's okay. Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I'm really excited to see the presentations from the children. And it's good to be. Thank you, Sonali, for the opportunity. Not to, I mean, just to, few weeks back, I was again here in ISC for the National Science Day, and some things really disturbed me. One was like in every presentation that the speakers did, every example was about China.
Okay, how far ahead China is with respect to science, right? Whether it is the solar panels, whether it is quantum physics, or any example. And nowhere in the map is India. So they have done something with their population, whereas we have gone into the rat race of examination and writing for the sake of exam, memorizing it, but not really becoming scientists and innovating, right? And I don't know how many more years we need to do to catch up, and do something with the population. Otherwise, we will still be doing, whether we have AI or anything, or computers 20 years ago, IT revolution, we will just be doing the lowest strata of the work, which is a laborer. We are IT software laborers, not really engineers. We'll be at that layer, not really innovating. So, what Sonali and the various other STEM entrepreneurs do is to build your fundamentals strong, like sir said, and only when that is strong, you can become a scientist to think innovatively, right? So let's nurture that spirit of innovation, nurture that spirit of curiosity, and let that stay, and that's also good for our mental health, because with the thing of AI, you remaining curious and thinking is very important. Otherwise machines will, there's no time, they're already thinking faster than us, right? So let's stay curious and ask questions. And I encourage that everyone develop that habit, especially parents, because I've been in various schools, sir. So there are alternate pedagogy. So the pedagogy is so good, and the teachers teach it with all the passion. But then one parent will make the student do the homework and undoes everything what was done in the school, right? So I advise then, parents don't interfere, allow the teachers to do their work, and let them handle it, because let's not undo what's taught in the school also, unless you know the pedagogy, right? Okay, yeah, that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, judges. The rules for this contest are pretty simple. 3 minutes to present, 2 minutes for Q&A, total time 5 minutes. The criteria of judging: clarity, confidence, reasoning, research, and originality. Let us welcome our first participant for the day, Rohan Ajit Shenvi. Can we have Rohan on stage, please? I would also like to ask Pranati to be ready.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rohan. I study in grade 7 of CMR NPS school. Today, I will be delivering my speech on the topic of learning in the age of AI: efficiency versus ability. Imagine this: you walk into school tomorrow, but there are no teachers. Instead, a robot stands at the front of the class. It doesn't laugh, it doesn't smile, it never says well done. It always gives you answers, instant, correct, every single time. Would this be the smartest classroom or the most lifeless one? About 2 days ago, while I was working on my math homework, there was a problem which completely puzzled me. And without giving it a second thought, I did what most of us automatically do. I dumped it on ChatGPT, or what people say, I simply AI'd it. The answer was so simple. I had to admit I was kind of embarrassed that I didn't even try to solve it. This incident made me realize how dependent have we gotten on AI that we don't attempt to think anymore. Ever since humans have begun to exist on this planet, they have been coming up with multiple ways to make our lives better. The discovery of fire, invention of the wheel, creating computers, and building artificial intelligence itself. All of this happened because people were curious enough to think and brave enough to try. So, if it was possible in the past, why can't we continue doing it in the future? Let me ask all of you a question. When was the last time you struggled with a problem instead of making AI solve it for you? Nowadays, whenever we get homework or assignments, we make it AI's job to solve it for us. But the last time I struggled on a problem, after trying multiple times for a while, when I finally got the answer, I felt something. It wasn't relief, it was pride, because I knew I had solved it. But when AI solves something for me within a few seconds, the answer appears, but the feeling doesn't. This incident made me realize learning is not about completing our work. Learning is about understanding and the process our brain takes to complete the work. So, if AI does all the thinking for us, we should be asking ourselves a serious question. Are we becoming more efficient or slowly becoming less capable? All of us should always remember struggles aren't weaknesses in learning. Each failure brings us closer to success, and every mistake teaches us something new. But no matter how powerful artificial intelligence gets, it should always remain the helper and not be the boss. So, the question we shouldn't be asking ourselves while using AI is what can AI do for us? Instead, we should be asking ourselves what will happen if we stop thinking for ourselves. So, let us use this speech as a reminder to always use AI wisely, and that we should always try ourselves first before thinking. Two things AI is often judged about is its efficiency and ability. Sure, AI is extremely efficient in its own ways, solving problems, generating pictures, and a lot more, all within fractions of seconds, is very impressive. But what AI lacks is ability, such as human skills, creativity, uh, curiosity, and a lot more. So, to develop them, we should always make sure to try ourselves and then refer to AI for better answers or or understanding. So, let us always follow one rule: first we think, then we use AI. Thank you. Yeah.
Very nice. Good, good. Yeah, excellent. Shandil asked a question.
So, hi Rohan, thank
Hello.
you so much.
No.
So, what do you spend AI on? What do you use it for
I
in
use
your?
AI to finish my homework or complete assignments.
Is it because homework is really boring for you, or why would you do
Sometimes
that?
because it's boring, or apart from that, when I don't understand.
Ah, okay.
Okay, going back further than that, like you said, no, when you don't understand. So, what do you do when you don't understand? That's more important than homework is fine, getting it done. We all do the same thing. And I get 100 pages of something, I put it to AI and I generate the questions and all that. But to understand the depth of knowing it, then you'll have to go more than that. AI cannot help you. What do you do?
No, like AI was made to support learning, not to replace it. So
Ah,
AI was made to like help us understand in things which we don't know. So we
yeah.
can use AI for those purposes.
But you said that sometimes you don't understand. So what do you do?
When we don't understand, we can also refer to other sources like textbooks or take help from people instead of always using AI. I take help from my sibling or friends
Teachers?
sometimes.
Sometimes.
That says a lot about the confidence in teachers. Thank you.
One thing is, whenever you talk, no,
Hmm.
don't fix on you. You are totally fixed on me. Because I'm a judge. You shouldn't do that. You should be able to see. That's where the eye contact matters a lot when you speak. Like if you have seen me talking, I had practically eye contact with everybody. Correct.
Hmm.
So that is you develop that. Otherwise, what people tend to they don't after a few minutes they'll switch off. Right. Okay. And that's only out of the clue out of the thing for the others also to follow. Yeah. Have eye contact with almost everybody in the audience. Yeah. Right.
Hmm. Okay.
Good. Karan, a very honest answer.
Thank you, honest. Thank you. Appreciate your
All the
honesty.
best.
All the
Thank you.
best.
Be curious. Right. Ask questions.
Okay.
Yeah. And why? Our time's up.
So you told AI was not supposed to replace humans, right? Can you tell me one thing that you really would want to depend on AI for? You talked very well about not depending on AI, but one thing that you really think should be reliable.
Uh, AI has the ability to produce answers almost instantly. So AI can possibly be used in like little in teaching firms where people don't know things. So AI can teach us many things. We can use it in that way to depend on it because AI uses real sources.
Can you think something beyond teaching and getting the answers?
AI can also help us in generating codes for programs and online software.
Thank you, Rohan. We have Pranati Shri Gnanashekar next. Can I ask Riti Jain to be ready next? All the participants, please note, uh, Nikhil will be right in front of you. As in when he says start, please start your talk. Nikhil, can you? Yeah, so that's Nikhil. Okay. And when there's a 30 seconds, he is going to give you a 30 seconds heads up before your time is going to finish. Okay.
Good or bad, a tool or a threat, progress or a problem. These are common words that we use when talking about artificial intelligence or AI. Is AI truly changing our lifestyles for good, or is that just what we want to believe? Hello, my name is Pranati, and today I'm going to be talking about the efficiency of AI versus our human ability. AI is programmed to be helpful. So, no matter what you ask of it, it is going to try to give you all the answers, to be as helpful as it can. But this can reduce our critical thinking and analytical skills. This is also one of the things that people are most apprehensive about, the concept of cognitive offloading. AI can sometimes make us dumber and stop us from thinking for ourselves. But while there is this effect on our human ability, at the same time, work is done faster. Use of different AI tools help people achieve the same goal within lesser time. But from the point of view of productivity of humans, there are quite opposing views. When AI is used within its limits and exactly the way it should be used, then the worker's productivity increases by nearly 40% compared to those who don't use it. But when it's used outside its limits, then the worker's productivity drops by an average of 19%. But we need to remember that an increase in a person's performance does not necessarily mean an increase in their thinking ability. When you use AI, there is a possibility of you becoming too reliant on it and starting to depend on it a lot more than you have to, and this will again reduce your analytical skills. AI is a thinking amplifier, not a brain replacement. Which brings us to a very important question. Even though it might reduce our thinking ability, is it still worth it if our output is higher, if our performance is better, and our efficiency increases? A study conducted by MIT Sloan in collaboration with the Boston Consultation Group showed that when people are unaware of the limitations of AI, they tend to kind of switch off their brains and follow what AI recommends without thinking whether it's right or wrong. This resulted in an overall decrease in performance. Jagged technological frontier is the term used to refer to the limits in AI's ability. And if we are unaware of these limits, then no matter how much we use AI or what we use it for, our thinking ability will not ever improve. So, in my opinion, the answer to my question is no, it is not worth it. Nothing can ever replace our thinking ability, our ability to feel, to empathize, and most importantly, to think outside the box. So, uh, in the end, it all depends on proper use of AI, awareness of the jagged technological frontier to prevent cognitive offloading, and enhancing our critical thinking, analytical skills, logical reasoning, and problem solving capacity using AI. This thus concludes my speech. Thank you for listening, and I hope I have given you all something to think about and reflect on in the future.
I come from a time when even computers was in the very nascent stage. They had IBM 1401 in my college. Okay, so you can imagine she's from IBM, so that's why I'm telling her. Okay, that's what at the age when we come from. But then I've used technology right through my life and learned and put that. You one interesting thing which you talked about, the worker productivity to which can be increased using AI.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that? Where did you get that thing from?
Okay, so when I say productivity, I mean like their efficiency, how much work they can complete in a particular amount of time, how much they get done, and how much their result shows. But if they are overusing AI, then their result is not their own. It doesn't increase thinking ability. Performance is higher, efficiency is higher, productivity also seems higher, but it's not improving their brain capacity. And that's what results in their complete reliance on AI. And AI can make mistakes every once in a while, and then when you don't know how to identify those mistakes, when you're just blindly relying on it, then again it
Yeah.
can
Any
result in a
any
decrease
example you can give
eventually.
with your
Me?
ah
Me?
no okay right.
Okay. You mentioned about the study which you quoted, MIT study. Can you just elaborate it for
So
us?
basically, there was a study conducted, and what they did was they gave two different sets of people two different tasks. So they were so one task was something that was within AI's limits. It was something that AI could do. The other was something that AI couldn't do. Like if you ask it, it might give you a wrong answer. It might say something like check back in a few days. It doesn't want to say no because, like I said, it always wants to be helpful. So the thing is, both sets of people weren't aware of the fact that AI couldn't do this. So the ones who got the task that AI could do, they did it well because AI did it. And the ones who got the task that AI couldn't do, they didn't show a good performance because they didn't really think for it themselves. They just did it blindly, which showed that how they switch off their brains. They just do what it tells, and they become extremely reliant on it. That's what cognitive offloading is.
Okay. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Pranati. Next up, we have Riti Jain. I may please ask S. Karthik Raj to be ready next.
Good morning, everyone. So recently, I started noticing myself whenever I start studying, right? And I got to know something important. Whenever I encounter any difficult problem, let it be a maths problem, right? My instinct is no longer to actually think the problem through and apply myself. It's rather to just put in an AI tool, get the answers immediately because it's fast and it's efficient. But I wonder something important. If learning becomes this easy, does it automatically become like better than it? Because by 2030, artificial intelligence is not just that we it's not a tool that we use occasionally. It'll be embedded into how we learn, work, and think. And to support studies conducted at the Stanford University have shown while AI assisted tools can help with your short term progress, students who heavily rely on these automated answers often demonstrate weaker conceptual understanding when they're tested on deeper application. And this matters because the World Economic Forum, in its Future of Jobs report, mentions analytical thinking, creative thinking, and all these human skills that will be more in demand by 2030. And uh, due to this highlights the need for our human ability and our skills, which will be more important. And sorry. No. Okay, so our generation Z, right? So AI is a big part of our life. We rely on it heavily. But due due to all these things, when we rely on it heavily, I'm really sorry. This is very important, especially for our generation, which is Generation Z. So, AI tools are now becoming part of our everyday life, be it homework or research or any creative writing, right? We still do need this AI. But the important question here is that if everything becomes this easy, does like just putting in a few prompts and getting the answer, are we still training ourselves to think deeply and think behind the box? And even global leaders, recently there was a AI summit, right? About global partnership on AI intelligence, right? And even global leaders over there have mentioned about how we need to emphasize on our own skills, such as analytical thinking. And let's say if AI writes our essays, we must learn to critique those essays. And if AI is solving that complex equation, we must understand the logic behind those complex equations. Because the future does not belong to the fastest answer, it belongs to the deepest thinker. And by 2030, our goal should not be to compete with AI in speed. It should be to compete with AI. It should be to like strengthen our own abilities such as creative thinking, analytical thinking, and our judgment, our empathy, and our ability to ask questions, that curiosity, that spark inside us. So, efficiency can shape the future, but human ability must lead it. Thank you.
Thank you. Riti, you mentioned about conceptual understanding,
Yes.
Yeah. So, what do you do to get the concept, how do you dig deep into understanding the concept?
Okay, so one of the mentioned like methods that I have told you, that I start relying on AI more. And the difference I noticed, because usually before when I used to study, I used to actually research rather than just getting the final answer.
Correct.
Because when I research and when I go through textbooks, I understand the concept. And if it's any, like, let's say a maths problem, right? There's quadratic equations. If I have a specific question and when I put it into AI, I get the final answer. But when I actually understand the process to getting to that answer, that is when I am able to apply it everywhere. And I find that as a vital skill, especially in this VUCA world that we're living in. We need to be actually relevant, and we should understand what we are learning rather than just copy pasting everything.
Great. I like the way you told, like, how do you break it down and how do you understand the process first, right? Yeah. Good.
Yeah. Anyway, I also bring there's one. I'll just take on one of the words which you mentioned was skills, right?
Yes.
Yeah. If everybody's skill is only to use AI, that's what I actually was thinking the moment you were talking about.
Yes, yes,
You know,
yes.
in fact, in life, it is the skills which keep you alive. Literally, to say that it's like, or I'm very skilled in driving. Okay,
Yeah.
that's not that didn't come over a few days or whatever it is. A skill to do anything. Imagine if a pilot were to use an AI
Yeah.
in a war.
That is
Now that
the
we are in a war, no?
yeah.
So what would happen?
So that is what I'm trying to prove here, right? So
Yeah,
when you
correct.
actually rely on AI so much,
Right.
you do not really understand anything. You just care about getting the final answer because hey, it's
Correct.
fast, it's
Yeah.
exciting, and it's impressive.
And
That
he
is
has
why
a fraction of
yeah,
a second to do what he has to do.
exactly.
Not even a
That
millisecond.
is why we
So that,
rely
that
on
is where the skill counts.
yes,
The
exactly my
repeated
point.
learning,
Yeah.
repeated asking what to do, how to do, all that.
Yes.
And that's where. And that AI cannot do.
Obviously, that's why we need to strengthen ourselves.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. A question?
Is your father? Yeah. This is the best example. Which AI will replace it? Only a father can come and support. Yeah, this is an amazing example.
Thank you.
Thank you, Riti. We have S. Karthik Raj next. I request Ishwara Pulsani to be ready next.
Good morning, respected judges, and a great morning to everyone present here. Last week I had a study session with my friend. And you know what my friend asked AI? Well, he had two chapters in backlog. So he asked AI, he inputted the two chapters and simply asked, hey, Mr. AI, can you summarize the two chapters in one word? Crazy, right? But what if I told you most of humanity are using AI the wrong way? Now imagine this scenario. A little kid blows a bubble. He plays with a bubble and the bubble floats into thin air. Pressure builds up and pop, the bubble bursts. Now, unexpectedly, the child laughs and tries again because the curiosity in him asks him, why did it burst? And he tries again. Unfortunately, this is not the scenario anymore. In the AI driven future, most of humanity are required with instant coffee solutions rather than using a human brain just to solve a little simple solutions of it. Now, AI in the 21st century can help a student to generate answers, essays, and even finish assignments within seconds. But human intelligence does not depend on instant answers. It depends on curiosity, the willingness to ask why. Why did this happen? Why is this tool upright? Why is the fan going in a clockwise or anti-clockwise direction? That is the real Josh. That's what brings your eyes to pop out. The pressure or the stress. When you don't use AI to solve the assignment, you really do increase your cognitive thinking. Now, most of the scientific discoveries always started with simple questions. Facebook, or I mean, I'm not talking about scientific discoveries now, but Facebook or Meta did not really start with an idea of, oh, let's just expand to international communities. We're going to bring together everyone over here. But it started with a simple question. Why should we do this? What is wrong in the society, which AI can never replace? Now, some people think that AI is in a wrong phase. Now, that is true towards a certain point. If we use AI the wrong way, we might just invite World War III. But according to Albert Einstein, remember this fact. I don't know what World War III will be fought with, but World War IV will surely be fought with sticks and stones. So this is the current situation. So let us, as the new generation, pioneer. We be thinkers, creative solutionists, and analysts, not just passive users who look into outputs of machines. Thank you.
Like you're the fourth or fifth speaker, right?
I believe so.
So,
I didn't really
I
count.
mean, all of you have told that you use AI, all of you,
Of
and
course,
you
everyone
use
does.
it for doing your assignments because it's faster.
Uh-huh.
Now, what would you enjoy as an assignment if it was given in any other way? What would
That's a
that?
great question, by the way. Now, if you see the NCRT curriculum, by the way, it's a bit boring, by the way. Might have to change it a little bit, maybe. I know, sir. I just listened to that. Ma'am, we'll have discussions about that later, okay, ma'am? Yeah, sure. I'm just like, I'm the dignitary of all you guys. I'm just gonna like organize a better textbook for you guys. Yeah. So basically, that's it. And yeah, any other question? Yeah, could you?
What do you enjoy? What
Yeah.
the
So yeah,
assessment
my
that you
bad.
would enjoy?
Exactly. So I mentioned in my speech, the true stress or the enjoyment comes in finishing the assignment at the last minute. Now, we Gen Z are probably the only ones who finish. I know, sir, you like to be early a lot, but Gen Z, as you know, majority of them finish the assignments at the last minute. Now, that makes your eyes pop out. That makes your cognitive thinking into another level. Oh, I should finish this assignment because a rude teacher tomorrow is going to probably find me outside. Oh, great, sir. We have something in common. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. We're in true agreement with that. I mean, I'm sure a lot of us have curious questions to ponder upon. But given an assignment, given the topic of the assignment, I'll surely discuss with my friends, try to understand what is the actual polarity of the situation, what is really going on, and try to make sure that we bring a unique solution to the table rather than others giving a general solution. That would be my answer.
Okay, taking on, I have a question for you. Uh, have you ever challenged AI solution, and what has it not covered or given?
Okay, so I once asked AI, can you please, okay, this was in sixth, no, maybe in seventh grade, by the way. I once asked AI, what is photosynthesis? All right,
Okay.
it gave me a very complex answers. I think it was 10th standard level answer. It was brung from the NCRT textbooks. and it told something about Krebs cycle. I was like, bro, what is Krebs cycle, by the way? And I was just in a 6th grader. So actually, when you're preparing for a given exam, your given friend might just explain the same topic to you better than what your teacher had explained the past 1 year. That's the thing AI lacks. AI is a great friend, of course, but it doesn't really explain with a human
But
touch.
maybe your prompt was not good enough. Yeah, you didn't give the context. You should have thought that I am Karthik Raj from so and so
I
school,
mean, I was a 6th
and
grader, man.
yeah,
What do you
and I am from
expect?
the 6th grade. Please explain for
Yeah,
us
I
in
probably
simple
should have
Simi.
done that.
So you have to be good at
Yeah,
prompting
yeah,
then.
yeah.
Yeah,
That was in 6th grade.
yeah.
Yeah, of course. Oh, I'm in 12th, by the way, now.
Yeah, great.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Nice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, mom. Lord.
Thank you, Karthik. Next up, we have Ishwara Pulsani. I may request Gianna Ashok to be ready next.
January 2026, the AI research company Anthropic releases the Anthropic Economic Index, analyzing millions of real world AI interactions. And it raises a very important question that I'm sure all of you must be thinking about. Is the future of learning and jobs going to be driven entirely by AI? Good morning and namaste. I'm Ishwara Pulsani, a ninth grader at Candor International School. Today, AI can write essays, solve equations, and create images in seconds. In fact, studies show that more than 60% of students worldwide already use AI tools in their learning. So the question is no longer whether machines can help us learn. The real question is how should humans learn in a world where machines think alongside us? Now, one of the biggest shifts is that students are no longer just users of technology, they are becoming designers of technology, building systems and solving problems using AI. Now, during the course of my research, I spoke with many educators from a reputed university, including a vice chancellor, an associate director and assistant professor of organizational behavior and human resources, and an associate professor in business analytics and artificial intelligence. All had emphasized the same idea. The goal is not to outsource human intelligence to AI, but to use AI to elevate human thinking. Right? If we look at history, real skill has always been built through a relationship between an expert and a beginner. From ancient workshops to modern operating rooms, learning meant guidance, challenge, and feedback. But today, learning is increasingly automated and isolated. Research suggests that while productivity has increased, the time spent on deep skill development has decreased in many fields. So we face a real risk. Technology becomes faster, but people become less confident in solving problems on their own. So, what should we do? We must redesign learning for the age of AI. We must keep challenge, complexity, and human connection and combine them with powerful tools. And that doesn't mean we have to choose between human ability and technological efficiency. Because while humans grow in understanding and creativity, technology can be used to increase access and speeds. So you see, the future of learning is not about replacing human effort. It's about amplifying human potential. Because in the end, education is not just about getting answers faster. It's about becoming more capable of asking better questions. And as Isaac Asimov reminded us, the true delight is in the finding out rather than in the knowing. Thank you.
True delight is in.
Yeah.
True delight is in.
The true delight is in the finding out rather than in the knowing. So, I heard so many people talking about, how they'd use AI for their assignments, right? And, just recently I'd finished my math exam. As a seventh grader, I'd fear math, you know? And then actually, being a student, Miss Sonali told me, I don't think you should fear math. Spend 5 minutes a day, right? And you'll see the difference. I started doing that. I don't use AI for maths anymore. Rather, I'd stare at that question for hours, right? And say, maybe I can look at this at a different way. And when I find that, that is the true delight. Rather than just knowing some formula, knowing that, sum of angles in a triangle add up to 180, you would look at the picture and say, I don't understand, but I think I can find out if I try. That is the true delight. And, there's a boundary, right? AI is a fantastic tool, but it should never come at the cost of outsourcing your intelligence to AI, because you have the intelligence in you. Because as
yeah.
humans, we're creative beings.
Want of time.
Yeah.
The guy behind is going to put, then he'll
Yeah,
not
no
be able to
problem.
ask a question, right? I'm only reminded of a person sitting next to me, IBM. No,
Yeah.
IBM used to have one motto, on the thing, think, right? I don't know. I think
It's
later on
relevant
they
forever.
no
Yeah.
they later expanded it, or I don't know whether they expanded or I wrote it. I said machines must think. Sorry, machines must work. People must think.
There's a quote, a very
That's
important
the thing.
quote.
I come from a manufacturing background. I said always say the machines must work
Mhm.
all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, and people must think. Only then you can have
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Okay, Ishwar, you said about redesign learning. So, what would that be for you if you were an educator? What would that be for
I
you?
think the best example, Miss, is when I was researching, I'd seen one of the panel discussions you've moderated with Mr. Aziz and Mr. Prasanna about edtech in classrooms, right? And I was going through, right? In the age of AI, how do we use edtech and we shift from a simple tablet for quizzes to using this powerful tool, but not at the extent of giving our entire intelligence. So I think redesigning learning in the age of AI, big statement. But I think AI is just another tool. Just how the introduction of handlooms in the industrial revolution caused a lot of decrease in jobs of traditional hand weaving. AI is another tool. Some tasks are automated, some tasks are augmented, right? So when I talk about redesigning learning for the age of AI, I think students should have knowledge, right? Because I was listening to this discussion by Bharat and Anand, a professor at Harvard Business School. He said your education will help you, give you that prompt, right? Because you have to know what you don't know, right? So I think redesigning learning for the age of AI, students should be aware as to what tasks they should be doing and what tasks they can give to AI to refine and do. So it's all about the prompt at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
It reminds me of an old Arab saying. There are four lines, but I'll tell you the last line.
Sure.
It says, a wise man knows that he knows. Huh? Right. But he doesn't show off that he knows.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ishwar. Next up, we have Gianna Ashok. I request NP Vismaya to be ready next.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Gianna, and I'll be sharing my perspective on learning in the age of AI, efficiency versus ability. In this decade, artificial intelligence has rapidly developed and completely altered the traditional way of learning. Schools are now using AI to simplify workload and innovate lessons to make them more fun and engaging. For students, it's become much easier to understand complex topics and resolve doubts. Take Notebook LM, for example, a specialized Google learning tool. In just a few minutes, it can turn uploaded sources into flashcards, quizzes, presentations, and even podcasts. It caters to the needs of almost every type of learner and allows everyone to learn at their own pace. We can only imagine how much AI can transform the sector of education in the future. However, an important question remains: is efficiency always better than ability? AI tools are quick to aid and beneficial, but there are also problems we need to be aware of. Research shows that roughly 10% of people worldwide, specifically younger generations, view AI as a companion or friend. While AI can answer questions, it cannot help you with your deepest struggles, and it lacks the capacity to feel any emotion. Similarly, AI generated books and music, which are becoming increasingly common, may be fast to produce, but they often lack the originality and purpose of a creator who has put in genuine effort. Over reliance on AI also has an impact on our brain development. An MIT study, which followed 3 groups writing essays, shows this. The groups which didn't use AI showed high neural connectivity and good results. However, the group which used ChatGPT showed the lowest neural connectivity. By their last essay, they just made the agent write the whole thing for them, resulting in soulless work. Interestingly, when the group which had utilized their own brain power first used ChatGPT the next time, they wrote even better essays. This shows us that AI does have its pros and cons. It is indeed a powerful tool that can help humanity as long as we use it wisely. As Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, said, the purpose of AI is to amplify human ingenuity, not replace it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gianna. Uh, I just have a question out of curiosity.
Yes.
So you mentioned quite a bit on AI generated content, which are
Yes.
soulless, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So what kind of books do you read? Do you check whether they're AI generated or they are original, and how would you do that?
Actually, I like reading. I read a lot of fiction books, so I read a lot of fantasy and fiction. But now I was coming across videos on YouTube when I was seeing how people actually publish their books. There are some people like on Amazon, they show that they've generated their whole book from AI, like motivational books,
Correct. Exactly. That's why I asked you.
and then they just publish it on Amazon like Kindle, and from that they actually there's a option on Amazon to you have to mention whether you've actually used AI in your books. So even though that is mentioned, you're still getting the money, the profits from that book when you've not put any effort. So I found it a bit unfair. And also now on YouTube there are a lot of AI generated music, and it sounds so realistic that I don't know which one
Which one
is an
yeah.
actual voice.
Yeah, that could be the real struggle next.
Yeah, it's good that you brought out the emotional angle in the whole
Yes.
game.
Yes.
Going forward, like people who are working on mental health issues and things like that. Uh, do you think AI can give counsel a mental health patient?
Actually, that's one thing I've actually the main part which I find a disadvantage in AI. I read a little bit about psychology, and I read about clinical psychology. I've also seen that nowadays more agents are coming in which are trained to be like therapists for people.
Yeah.
Even chatbots like Gemini and ChatGPT are trained to be supportive to people. But I think the main part which is a disadvantage is that when therapists speak to you, they're actually trying to empathize, because they're trying to see the world from your perspective, because they understand your feelings, your past, and everything like that. But AI can, no matter no matter how supportive it seems, it cannot actually feel, and it cannot actually empathize with you. And though it can be actually comforting sometimes, you have to remind yourself that in the end it's not an actual person. It can't help you with your life.
Yeah, one of the things, of course, taking further on, nothing is culture free.
Yes.
Okay, so as therapists would understand the culture of the person sitting in front
Yes.
of you,
Yes.
whereas AI can never understand the
Yes.
culture because
Yes.
it's built on by somebody else in some other culture.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
that is very important, and that's why I like what you said, about emotions and these kind of things.
Thank you, sir.
It can never replace that.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Thank you, Gianna. Next up, we have NP Vismaya. I request Awesome Doshi to be ready next.
The genie is out of the bottle. Artificial intelligence is no longer a distant dream. It's in our pockets, our homes, and increasingly in the way we think. And like every genie in history, it offers us something irresistible: efficiency. Respected panel of judges and my fellow humans. At least I assume you're all human. In 2026, it's getting harder to tell. But let's ponder on that. Should we rejoice that we have a technology that can flawlessly replace us? Or should we be in anguish that we can barely tell the difference between the machine and the mind? Efficiency is questioning our very ability. But what is human ability? It's not about speed, it's not about storage, and it's certainly not about quick answers. Human ability is the cognitive friction, it's the grit, the intuition, the eureka moment that only happens when the brain struggles with a problem. And yet, in today's culture of copy paste and vague prompts, we are outsourcing the very process that builds us. Efficiency is scaling rapidly, but the question remains, do our abilities scale with it? Well, history has an answer. When the Industrial Revolution arrived, we didn't lose our hands, but we lost the widespread ability to craft with them. A recent study from MIT suggests AI outperforms students in various fields. On the surface, that's pretty efficient. But beneath the surface, we are becoming a generation of result owners who are process illiterate. But here lies the paradox: efficiency can also be a catalyst. For example, calculators didn't kill mathematics, they removed the drudgery so that we could reach for calculus. Search engines did not snatch our curiosity, they rather gave wings to it. And AI is the same. Well, technology is not the villain, you see, passivity is. Protecting our ability is essential because AI, it is a closed system. It predicts the future based on the past. But humans, our minds are like open systems. We are the ones who dare to think of things that never existed. The essence of human ability is that we develop, whereas algorithms, they just download. You cannot download a bicep at the gym, and you certainly cannot automate an intellect. And that is why it's important that we protect the inefficient parts of life, the failed drafts, the long hours of practice, the confusions, the drudgery, because these are not obstacles in learning. They are the very gymnasium of the human brain. As we face the 2030 horizon, let us not let the genie turn us into passive passengers of the machine driven world. Because on the long run, it's not about who has the fastest answers, but about who could ask the best question. The real problem is not that machines are thinking like humans, it's that humans refuse thinking. Let's use AI to power our world, but let's keep our hunger and our folly to ourselves. And as Steve Jobs rightly said, stay hungry, stay foolish. Thank you.
Hi, Vismaya. I have a question on the study that you mentioned, MIT study. Can you just elaborate a little bit about that?
Research was conducted at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where they noticed that AI could outperform students in every field, be it in intelligence, intellectuals, and creative fields. Okay, so it was like AI can replace us in almost every aspect of life. Every of our tasks can be replaced by AI. But that sounds like efficiency because we have found a technology that can substitute us. So as Bill Gates thinks that this would enable us to get more free time in the future, but actually that's not what we want. We want the trustful learning, because learning does not happen without the friction. AI removes the friction, and that's the problem. So yes.
Okay. Do you know which class of students they did this study? Like which age group?
I'm not exactly sure about that. I'm sorry.
The MIT study. MIT study, yeah. Right. Humans as open system. Right. What did you mean by that?
For example, AI is an algorithm just like
Right.
any other algorithm. For Aadhar's number generation, we have Verhoeven's algorithm. The same way for AI answer generation, it has a different set of algorithm. So it's nothing but just a tool that outsmarts us at some times. So I'm sorry, I just need your question again.
Yeah,
What
said
I meant
what
by
you mean with
humans open system.
Okay, I'll ask you another question. How many GPUs you have in your brain?
I'm not sure about that, but I'll just finish that question.
Uh,
AI will predict what is going to be in the future with what pre-trained data it has gotten. For example, the structure of benzene, AI could have never discovered that. Kekulé got it in his dream that like a snake eating its own tail, and that's how he discovered it. So AI can never go beyond what it is told, but our minds can
Correct.
dream of things. So
Absolutely.
that's what I meant.
Absolutely. Yeah. Great. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just introduce myself.
One second.
Next up, we have Awesome Doshi.
Yes. Intelligence is not just about getting good grades or speaking big, big words, but it's simply the ability to look at a complicated situation, understand what is happening, and find possible ways on how to resolve it. Now, when we humans incorporate this very intelligence into machines, we call it as artificial intelligence, which is also commonly abbreviated as AI for short. Moving on, let me now move on to human ability. Look, human ability is simply the ability of humans to connect between concepts, to logically reason, and to critically think. The way in which we humans acquire our external knowledge also comes under human ability. Now, let me talk about ways in which AI has transformed the way we learn. For instance, earlier, if people wanted to learn about the route to take in order to reach the destination, then they might have to use landmarks, street names, maps, or compasses, for instance. But today, all that we do is follow a blue line on the screen. One more example can be that for certain diseases in the earlier days, doctors might have to manually go through so many x rays, which was extremely time consuming. But today, this entire going through x rays process has been automated by AI, which makes it so much more quicker. One more thing is that AI has become so much more personalized for students by the introduction of AI tutors. Now, why personalized? Because these tutors teach the students at their very own pace. So now you must be wondering that after I've given so many ways in which AI has made learning so much more better, effective, and efficient than before, then why don't we be completely dependent on AI? I mean, what is the need of human ability? Well, let me use some statistics to answer this part. A report by Lancet states that yes, AI can go through so many x-rays within seconds, but human supervision is always needed whenever AI diagnostic tools are used because there's always a possibility of false negative or false positive errors. Moving on, according to a 2022 report by OECD, it states that undoubtedly learning has become extremely efficient than it was before by the introduction of AI. But students will always need teacher support and critical thinking way more than digital access alone. So to conclude, AI has transformed learning in several ways, and some of them includes that it has given us instant navigation, faster medical scanning, and it has made problem solving so much more quicker and efficient than before by the introduction of AI. But the main point is that speed is not the same as growth. And therefore, we must think first and use AI second. We must struggle with a maths problem, for instance, or brainstorm ideas and only use AI to assist, not replace our thinking. For in this digital native generation, we must remain the masters of our tools and not let the tools be our masters. Thank you so much, Bangalore. I didn't get time to introduce myself because the speech was 3 minutes. But I'll just introduce. I'm Awesome Doshi. I'm in grade 10 and I'm 15 years old. I study in 21K school and I've come all the way from Gujarat for this competition.
Wow. Good to see you, Awesome. Yeah. You know, when you told that you lose your skills, that's actually what has happened to our generation or even Sir's generation, right? Just remember all the landmarks and everything. Now I don't even bother, right? But the memory of having phone numbers in our head and not even, those skills we lose. So actually I'm with you in that, but also at the same time I don't know what skills we will lose with this, right? What are you most afraid of, that skills that you had which you may lose with the overuse of AI or with the use of AI? Yeah.
So the context of the example that you mentioned, that we are using GPS to navigate our way everyone, right? Everywhere. Now, according to Goward Hardner, there are 8 types of intelligence, and one of them includes spatial intelligence. That is the ability to visualize spaces and to find directions. Now, based on the example that ma'am mentioned, if you're using GPS, then we're just passively learning, we're just following the route. Our brain is not involved because we're not thinking, we're not questioning the process. And therefore, the spatial intelligence is something that we lack. This is the in this example, spatial intelligence is the one which is at the most risk, at the toll, the highest toll, because we're not visualizing, we're just passively learning, not actively learning.
No, my question was, what are you afraid of losing? What skill are you afraid of losing?
I think generative AI, right? It can create really good essays. So for me personally, I find it really boring to like brainstorm ideas, structure ideas into introduction, body paragraphs, and conclusion paragraphs. So I usually just use generative AI to develop an essay. So for me personally, and also a lot of my classmates, I think the ability to imagine, the ability to write essays, this particularly in schools, I think is at the most risk for me. And yes.
Going back to this question, like you're talking about the blue light on the scene. I use it, of course. I try to travel. But then I also use my spatial skills in choosing the route which I have to take, not blindly following the blue line. So there is always a judgment which you can impose on the solution which is already provided to you. That's what makes it the difference, right? Yeah. You also mentioned about false negative and false positive. In what context we are talking about, like?
So I'll just give an example that in earlier days, for example, diseases like pneumonia, right, where pus fills inside your lungs, radiographers were the people who used to look at and analyze the scanned X-rays of your chest, for example, right, and if there was any abnormality or any abnormal density or any liquid that they saw, then they would alarm the doctor that could you please look at it? I think it's a sign of pneumonia. Now today, what AI does is it just uses a lot of patterns from already existing data to predict that whether this image contains signs of pneumonia or not. But what if it's not the pus for pneumonia? What if it's just another liquid or some blood? Right? The AI can detect that also as a sign of pneumonia. So therefore, it's very this thing, right? It told that there is pneumonia, but there wasn't pneumonia. This is an example of false positive result, right? And therefore, we always need humans. We always need doctors to supervise that whether what AI is giving, the report that is giving, whether it's true or not.
Yeah, it's like I choosing the blue line, but I make my own judgment that yes, I will go at a slightly alternate route, right? Okay, but as you rightly said, yes, there is a chance of going wrong with using that, unless you uh, impose your human judgment on that. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
I think we're done with time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you, Awesome. I think we just witnessed an hour of insightful talks by all our brilliant high schoolers. I'm definitely left with this thought: should we keep using AI yet? If yes, then how? While our judges finalize the scores for the Let's Talk STEM segment, it is time to turn our attention to the youngest innovators of STEMXplore. The Junior Hackathon was a high energy, scratch based challenge where students tackled the theme of sustainability in action, air, land, and water. These young coders have spent hours building digital solutions to some of the planet's biggest environmental changes. Today, we have the three brilliant winners who have emerged from the national rounds. Some are here with us in person at IISc, and some are joining us via Zoom from across the country. Let us now see these digital innovations in action. First, joining us online.
So should I share my screen to show my project? Hello, can you hear me?
We'll just wait for a minute until they join us online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Do we have Advait Reddy Chintala ready? You'll go next.
Hello, can everyone hear
Sorry,
me?
can you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll share my screen to show my project. Okay, so this is my project. And to start my project, you have to press the screen button in the middle of the screen. 1 second, yes. Before I start, I need to tell you about me. I'm Rohana Malik. I'm from grade 6 of Shivnath School, Gurgaon, and I'm studying the IB curriculum. And my project is about sustainability on land, and it's the main topic of it is waste segregation. So yes, as I told you earlier, to start it, you have to press this button in the middle of the screen.
Hello, I'm Avery, and today I am going to tell you all about waste segregation. But don't worry, it won't be as boring as how teachers make it. Come on, let's go to my backyard to learn about waste segregation. These are the two dustbins to segregate waste. The blue dustbin is for recyclable waste such as paper, plastic, cardboard, glass and more. And the green dustbin is for biodegradable waste or food waste like apple cores or banana peels. Biodegradable means when the waste breaks apart on its own in the environment. Now let's see how much you understood. Click on the trash bag, and different objects will come out. You have to click on them one by one and say which bin they will go.
Yes, so now this is the game part of my project. What you have to do
Hello,
is
Rohana. Can you hear us?
yes.
Okay. Can you please restart your presentation from the beginning? We're very sorry. We were just setting up the system and we lost you in between.
Oh, okay. Sure, I'll restart.
You can start from introducing yourself.
Okay, yes. So my name is Rohana Malik, and I am from Shivnath School, Gurgaon. I'm in grade 6 and I study in the IB curriculum. My project is about land-based sustainability, and the main topic is waste segregation. So to start my project, you have to press this green button in the middle of the screen.
Hello, I'm Avery, and today I am going to tell you all about waste segregation. But don't worry, it won't be as boring as how teachers make it. Come on, let's go to my backyard to learn about waste segregation. These are the two dustbins to segregate waste. The blue dustbin is for recyclable waste such as paper, plastic, cardboard, glass and more. And the green dustbin is for biodegradable waste or food waste like apple cores or banana peels. Biodegradable means when the waste breaks apart on its own in the environment. Now let's see how much you understood. Click on the trash bag, and different objects will come out. You have to click on them one by one and say which bin they will go.
Part of my project. What you have to do, as I'm pretty sure you already heard in the instructions, is click on this trash bag. Now objects will come out. You have to click on them and then type which dustbin they will go into in this box below. So since this is bread, I know it's food waste, and so it will go into the green dustbin. Now when the answer is correct, it will say correct and glide to the dustbin. This is a pencil, it's not food waste, so I know it will go into the blue dustbin. And like the same with the bread, it'll say correct and go glide to the blue dustbin. Now let's see what will happen if I type the wrong answer. So I know this is watermelon and this is food waste, but let's see what will happen when I type blue dustbin. It'll say it's the wrong answer and tell me to try again. So now this time I'll type the correct answer. Now this is an apple. I know it will go into the green dustbin because it's food waste. And this bowl is not food waste and it's recyclable, so it'll go into the blue dustbin. Same with this hat. It's fabric and it's recyclable, so it'll go into the blue dustbin.
Good job. You only got one question wrong. Thank you for learning about waste segregation with me. Remember to use this at home too. Bye.
Okay, so that was my project. Now let me show you the codes behind my project. So first is the code for the button that was there at the beginning. So
Yeah, Rohana, we are running short of time, so you may end your presentation here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you please let us know what motivated you to do this?
Yes. So what I've noticed is like everywhere, like in school, at home, like when I go outside, like I've noticed that many people, like there are the waste dustbins, segregation dustbins everywhere, but people never pay attention to what is wet waste, what is dry waste. So sometimes they put like plastic waste, paper waste in the green dustbins, and then food waste like um wasted food like in the blue dustbin, which I really do not like. And like the dustbins are there for a reason, which is to segregate waste, and like that also helps the environment. It makes sure that you can like recycle the waste that is recyclable, and the food waste can be thrown away, and it will easily break down in the environment because it's biodegradable. So yes, this my project is about raising awareness about how to segregate waste.
That is very mindful of you, Rohana. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You may stop sharing now. It is also to be noted that Rohana Malik has won the third place in the Junior Hackathon Challenge. Next, we have a finalist right here in the room. Please put your hands together for Advit Reddy Chintala. Hi, Viren. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you start? Yeah.
Okay.
So Viren is joining us from Singapore. He has won the first place at Junior Hackathon contest. You may start with your presentation.
Okay. Hello, my name is Viren Goel and I'm a grade 4 student from Singapore. Today I'm going to present my project, Sustainable Business. The aim of this project is to educate people about sustainability and how one can go about their normal life while helping planet Earth. I have developed a game on the coding platform Scratch where the player owns some natural resources and can sell them to earn money. The player receives a top up of 10% of their current resources every day. And the goal is to be smart about how many resources you can sell each day so that the business is sustainable while you can also earn money. This game mimics a real life situation and helps raise awareness about the importance of sustainability. This is the home screen of the game where the
I'm
cat
sorry
is
to
explained.
interrupt you, Viren, but we cannot see your Scratch window. You haven't shared your screen.
Yeah, here I've taken.
Is your screen not shared? Share.
Yeah, so.
Yes, we can see your screen now.
Okay. So, continuing on, this is the home screen of the game where the cat is explaining the rules. I chose a forest background here to represent the land and the resources the player owns, and this also makes it look realistic. To play the game, you can click on the cart icon and it takes you to the market where you can sell your resources. So here you can see the cart icon. This is how the transaction panel looks. It's where you can sell all your resources and you can also advance to the next day so you receive your top up. Otherwise, you'll run out of resources. To make this game, I use different types of blocks like the operators and variables to count how much money you have, the number of resources you have, and the sustainability. I also used control conditions like if, then, else, and loops. I also used events like broadcasts to make sure all sprites are in sync. Instead of just using variables as the numbers, I've put them onto the screen. Otherwise, I'd have to keep on creating sprites just to show the variables. These are some of the snapshots from the code. Over here, I use the math operators to check whether the values of the variables are in their designated range or not. And here you can see all the events that broadcast a message to the other sprites. A big motivation for me to make this project came from my recent unit at school, which taught me about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. This game is linked to the SDG 12, which is about responsible consumption and production. Thank you. Please scan the QR code if you want to play the game.
Thank you, Viren. That was a lovely presentation. You may stop sharing your screen now.
That's fine.
Thank you. Viren, can you present your QR code once again, please?
Okay.
Our audience want to scan it. They want to play your game.
Yeah. Can you see the QR code now?
Yes, we can see your QR code. You may stop sharing your screen now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
He has a little bit of an issue with loading of the crash program. If he can't resolve it in a minute, we will have one presentation before lunch and we will move on to the next section now.
Let us all wait for Advait. Until Advait figures out what's wrong, we shall all break for tea now. The tea is served outside the room. It's a 15-minute tea break. Request all the participants to please be here in time. Volunteers, please assist the parents and participants. We'll see you here at 12:25 sharp. Can we have all the participants please back in the room? Volunteers, please ask all the parents and participants to please be back in the room.
And then they want to connect it for them. Yeah, no, no. After like 5 minutes. So they'll bring their projects on this table. Yeah, it's fine.
Do we have any story behind my tech participants here in the room? Can you please raise your hand? Have you submitted your presentations in the form sent? Okay. No, has it already been submitted? Yes. Welcome back, all. I hope you have had your refreshments. Next up, we have the presentation by Advait Reddy Chintala. He has won the second place in Junior Hackathon contest.
Hello, everybody. My name is Advait Reddy Chintala, and I'm in grade 5 of Legacy School, Bangalore. This is my project on sustainability in action, land, air, and water. Here we go. So, right now, the cat is walking across the street when it sees a woodcutter cutting a tree. Not liking it, it stops the woodcutter and manages to make the woodcutter stop and make others stop too. Then it continues with its journey, but then another obstacle appears. Litter. It does not like land pollution, so it goes to it and picks it up. After continuing for a bit longer, it sees a factory with smoke coming out of it. It goes in to talk with the manager and stops the factory giving out smoke again. Then it travels to the beach and sees litter in the ocean. And then it ends. So that was my story, and I'm now going to tell you how it works. So I have 11 sprites in total, but the three most important ones are the cat, which is here. How the cat's code work is it has a code to make it look like it's walking, which is this one right here. Repeat 3, repeat 10, like that. So it keeps changing costumes while looking like it's walking. And then it speaks, but after speaking, it waits a certain amount of time and then continues. The other two most important sprites in my game, story, is what I call BG1 and BG2. So, how it works is that there's one sprite here and then it keeps moving, but there's a gap at the other end. So, the other one comes and fills it. After one of them reaches the end, it comes back to the start and continues. That's how it gives the effect of the cat walking. But so far, the most important part of my project is the wait dash seconds block. So, this is literally the lifeline of my story. If this was, let's say, 8 or even 10, the whole thing would go totally wrong. The dialogues would have something else, or this one would go too fast. And that's why this is the lifeline. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So I've just done a broadcast tree to make it simpler for me. So when this starts, the other things like the tree shows. It doesn't come here, but it comes for the man, I think. So what it does, it helps me like instead of using wait seconds that much, because if I put it a bit wrong, it goes wrong. So without doing that, if I put a broadcast, all the things that I put for broadcast will start at the same time. So it makes it all come at the same time, which is actually really good.
Thank you, Advait. A big round of applause to our youngest presenter. Without much further ado, let's just move to the segment 3, Story Behind My Tech. It is an innovation challenge where students build solutions on the theme Engineering Energy Efficient Communities. Let me introduce our specialized judges for this segment. Dr. Kumudini Ravindra, Chief Mentor at Blue Lotus. Dr. Kumudini is a visionary business leader and a clean technologies trailblazer. With 25 years of multidisciplinary experience, she is a true evangelist for outcome based education. We also have with us Dr. Suma MN, Technology Manager at GE Aerospace. Dr. Suma brings high level technical expertise from one of the world's leading engineering firms, providing our students with a real world industry perspective on their innovations. We are glad to have you as our judges. The rules for the challenge are 4 minutes for the demo, 3 minutes of Q&A. We are looking for authenticity, innovation, technical competency, and execution. So let us see those projects now. First up, we have Parikshit Singh Jadeja. Yeah. Note for all the story behind my tech participants. At 3 minutes 30 seconds, Kartikeya will give you heads up. Can you please raise your hand? He's the timekeeper for you all.
Hello. Good afternoon, respected judges, fellow innovators, parents, and everyone present here. I'm Parikshit Singh Jadeja, a grade 10 student of Navrachna International School, Vadodara. Um, um, I'm here to present Utrobot, the world's first phytoremediation robot to purify polluted water bodies. Let me start with a simple question. What if the water that actually sustains lives starts to take it? Water pollution and eutrophication are the major problems related to water today. According to the Central Pollution Control Board, 50% of the surface water, is polluted. What is eutrophication, you may ask? Eutrophication is a process by which nitrates, phosphates, heavy metals such as lead, cadmium, mercury accumulate into the water body, which pollutes the water body, leading to algal blooms. And algae, which seems harmless at first, actually consumes and absorbs dissolved oxygen, which is necessary for fishes and other aquatic plants and biodiversity. And because of that, the fishes suffer, they die, and this causes a very issue, and this also causes issue for various communities which rely on the water body. So what's the solution? Solution is Utrobot, the world's first phytoremediation robot. I'm saying phytoremediation so often. What is phytoremediation? Phytoremediation is the process by which we use natural water flooding aquatic plants to actually consume those heavy chemicals, those chemicals that cause eutrophication, and consume it. And also at aluminum, at various plants such as duckweed and microalgae and water hyacinth is known for being efficient in consuming these kind of chemicals. What I'm using is lemna minor. It's a type of duckweed which is known for absorbing nitrates, phosphates, heavy metals. And because of the and one more good thing about lemna minor is that lemna minor also when it consumes these chemicals, it also gives out dissolved oxygen. So it is consuming the heavy metal, the harmful chemicals. It is also providing oxygen, which is necessary for the fishes. How does it move, you may ask? Utrobot moves autonomously through a GPS as it maps the GPS according to the lakes, and it has a algae harvester. As I mentioned, that algae is a major problem that leads to that causes to consuming all the dissolved oxygen. It may get into head with lemna minor. So I have an AI camera which actually which which actually moves down which actually moves down and collects and skims the algae. And it also has propellers that move when that they move when um, yeah, the propellers, they move according to the lake. And we have three main sensors: the TDS, pH, and turbidity sensor. These sensors, according to the water body, it gives out values on a web server, which if triggered according to the values, it puts the solution into the water body. What happens then is that within 3 to 5 days, lemna minor starts reproducing, and within 8 to 9 days it starts lowering the nitrates and phosphate levels. So yeah, this is the project. I could show the demonstration here. Yeah. So this is the web server. If I turn on the relay according to the pH values, unfortunately it's not okay. Yeah, it turns on the if you can see the green light, which causes the solution to be dispersed into the water body. Yeah, which causes solution, and it takes the solution from the which is going to be in the robot, and the solution goes into the water body, which, as I mentioned, will in the future, within 3 to 5 days it starts reproducing, and within 8 to 9 days, 90 to 95% of the pollutants is reduced.
So you mentioned about AI camera, right?
Yeah, the AI camera, the Husky lens, it's known as the Husky lens. It has 0.8 tops or trillions of operations per second. It detects surface algae, and when it's autonomously moving, yeah, it's on. Yeah. Firstly, I don't know why it's not working at the end of the movement. So basically, it moves autonomously, and when it detects the surface algae, it stops for 5 seconds and collects the algae. Then it comes up again. After that, then the solution is dispersed, and then that's how it works basically. We actually tested this in rivers. Yeah, we actually tested it in this solution in Atladra Lake, which is a lake in Vadodara, in Kalali Lake, and in the Gotri Lake. We actually we took samples from the lakes which we thought were polluted, and we tested it in our school laboratory, and we found that lemna minor actually effectively reduces these levels. We actually grew the lemna minor at home.
What was your success criteria when you tested?
Yeah, 80 to 90% of the nitrates and phosphate levels were reduced, in fact, because we got agricultural soil which has these nitrates and phosphate high levels. And when we actually tested it with advanced industrial sensors, we went to a place, they mentioned that it is reduced, which is not possible. They were like, how is this possible? They said, we used this kind of solution to do this.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in the AI camera, are you using any innovation, or you are just using the existing algorithm to see?
No, I have programmed in such a way so it will see it at a little far, and according, because of the as it's moving, because of the acceleration, will stop automatically, and as it closes by it, the speed will reduce and it will collect the algae, and after that it moves on. I trained it on the surface algae. Yeah, it has a computer. It's a microchip. It has 0.8 tops, trillions of operations, which makes it to actually see the algae, and when it sees it, it actually detects it, and based on it sends the values to the microchip, and according to that it automatically goes towards it.
What is the limitation to scale this and use them in real?
The limitations I would say is that we need more advanced sensors. These sensors are not the best because the cost, I needed to reduce the cost. I use low grade sensors, but if you move to an industrial model, we can use more advanced sensors. And okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
How is it different from hyacinth liquid then?
Yeah, the problem is that water hyacinth after it grows, there was a case in Bengal which caused it to reproduce very drastically. Yeah, and that's the problem. And when we, even after it was collected, it was still not stopping. Yes, and that is the reason we are using lemna miner.
Lemna minor.
Yeah, yeah.
How do once it has done its job,
Yeah.
it has to be removed?
Yeah.
That is also a weed, right?
Yeah,
It's a weed. Yeah, yeah. So what I'm basically doing.
fresh one. Otherwise,
No, what I will do after it has reproduces, and automatically some of it will die because there won't be the levels of nitrates and phosphates which it requires to grow, right? It won't grow after. It will automatically stand. After that, we can collect it using the same skimmer and we can use it as biofuels.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm technically
you have
not.
thought about that
Yeah,
as
yeah.
well. Okay.
We actually showed this prototype at IIT and a lot of other places.
you plant it.
Yeah.
At the same time, once the job is done, you collect it back.
Yeah, I do collect it back.
And then you can, depending upon the water level, you can again replant.
Yes, we can do that. Yeah.
So, what was your inspiration for this? How did you come
Yeah.
up with?
So in October 2024, in October 2024, me and my team we went for a competition at IIT Madras, close by. For that, we were given a persona for waste management and surface waste management of water. We knew that there are existing solutions, skimmers that actually collect that surface. But what would be some weak? I mean, not everything is that it's there that is available to our eyes. We can see it, right? But sometimes we cannot see the pollutants such as heavy metals. They are dissolved into the water body, we cannot see them. So we also need to think about this because communities rely on it. According to the UNICEF reports for children, last year 1,300 children died every day because of improper sanitation in water. So it's a big issue, and we thought instead of making another skimmer, we actually wanted to purify the hidden pollutants which were actually causing the problem of algae and surface problems. Not yet. We have not. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Parikshit. Next up, we have Aviral Verma, Arav Dwivedi, Tanush Chug, and Hemang Garg. The finalists for Story Behind My Tech have been shortlisted in. So these finalists are shortlisted out of 60 teams nationwide, and each team had to submit a presentation, a write up or an abstract of what their project is about, and the making video of their project. So all the participants had submitted these, and we had shortlisted them based on their submissions. Participants, kindly note you'll have 4 minutes for the entire presentation and then 3 minutes of Q&A. Please stick to the time.
Hello there. We are from Prakriti School, Noida. Me, Avril Verma, Hemang Garg, Tanush Chugh, and Arav Dwivedi. So our presentation, so for our project, we built this kind of a DIY air purifier. So some context first. So especially in the NCR region, air pollution is a massive problem, especially in winters, where in our area it reached 500 some days. So the poor income households are shown to be disproportionately affected by this. So some more context first. So normally when you deal with this, you would put an air purifier in your room, right? However, most air purifiers on Amazon and in general, they cost no less than 4,500 rupees. Sorry. So our goal was to make this available to low-income households, was to make an air purifier which was affordable, safe to use, and which also gets the job done. So air purifiers in general filter the pollutants PM 2.5 and PM 10. So these graphs, as you can see here, this is the carbon monoxide readings, PM 10 and PM 2.5. So reducing PM 10, PM 2.5, it reduces the AQI greatly. And so next is Hemang for.
So to understand what affects the performance of an air purifier, we had to research on two things. One is what is CADR and what are filters. So simply put, CADR stands for clean air delivery rate, and it measures how much clean air the air filter gives you per unit time. And for filters, we found one major lineup of filters called HEPA, and there are many grades of HEPA filters starting from, I believe, 10 up to 20. And as the grades go higher, their filter efficiency becomes better and better. Filter efficiency is basically how much particles the filter can clean or purify from the air. And as the filter efficiency gets better and better, it obstructs airflow more and more. So we had to keep that in mind when making our air purifier.
So when making our purifier, we made three designs. So first was a cylindrical form, uh, which had a filter which was applied to it in a curved way. So that increased our cost by very much. And it also only had one fan, which reduced its efficiency. Okay. And okay. And the second prototype, uh, we used an exhaust fan, but this seemed to be dangerous for young children, especially if they got their finger caught in it. And in that first prototype, we used HEPA 13 filter, then we switched to HEPA 10 filter. Okay, so we switched to HEPA 10 because it has a higher CADR than HEPA 13 filters. Okay, and then this was our fully done design, in which takes a form of a triangular prism, and this has three CPU fans attached to it, which are more efficient than exhaust fans. And this also has a lower surface area, which reduced the cost of materials we used.
So, since we wanted to be sustainable, we used cardboard and wood as our materials, which are sturdy enough to hold the air purifier together and are light. Okay. And uh, we use those materials, and we chose the shape as a triangular prism because it provides stability. And since prisms have the triangular prism has less sides than other shapes like cubes and cuboids, it reduces our material cost. Next slide.
So they have a HEPA 10 filter. It is a 90% efficiency filter. We conducted two tests. One was in our school, one was in our residence over here. So in the school, it was in a room of 2,880 cubic feet, And so we first brought up the PM 2.5 levels in there by burning incense sticks up to 27 micrograms per cubic meter. By the end of the experiment, and I apologize, we could not get pictures of the readings we took. So by the end of the experiment, it was 50 micrograms per cubic meter, and it brought it down to that within an hour. So we noticed that the rate, it was a kind of a negatively sloping graph. Initially, it would be very fast, then slow. We believe this because the pollutants in the room are less to filter as time goes on. Next.
So we also conducted a second test here in our hotel room, and that room was 1680 cubic feet, and the PM 2.5 levels there were about 55 um, micrograms per meter cube, which is still very high, and it was able to bring them down to around 20, which is acceptable. And it did that in about uh, 15-20 minutes. These are some of the pictures we took while conducting the test.
Also, we need to add this that this purifier is customizable. We can also add other filters to it, like HEPA 13 and HEPA 12, any other filter.
What is the cost? Because you said it's a DIY
The
kit
cost,
and
yes.
it is for.
Yes, so our target cost is around 1500 rupees. We are, I'll be honest, we're not 100% sure. So, but we estimate that it's between 2000 rupees and 2500 rupees, depending on where we get the materials from.
And you also said particulate matter is 2.5. You didn't test it with 10.
Yeah, no. So the sensor we have, it didn't measure to PM 2 point. So sorry, it didn't measure PM 10. It only measured PM 2.5.
So
But
this is
in general, the filters both. Yes. These filters are not cleanable. They have to be replaced. So filters, they generally have so you generally have to replace them once or twice a year. Filters. Yeah, so we haven't tested that out yet correctly. We will. It's an ongoing project, so many things we will test out later.
Dehydration is good. I mean, it's good that you have tried out different designs. And
Yes, thank you.
dehydrated approach.
Yes, yes, we will. Yeah. Yes, no, the AC machine, the ones on an AC machine, they're meant to filter out dirt, not pollutants. But we will. That's a further goal of our project. Certainly, yes. Yes, I agree.
Also, our purifier only use 6 watts power, so it's energy efficient. Yes.
So, what was your benchmark against which you are comparing the cost and performance?
So generally so since our target is generally for lower and like you mean so so for cost, like I said, even the cheapest filters which we saw on Amazon, they were no less than 4500, and this one, like I said, is somewhere between 2000 and 2500. And as for efficiency, so the ones on Amazon, they can generally do the same as us, maybe like 30-40 minutes. This one takes a little longer, yes, in an hour to bring it from 20 to 270 to 250. Sorry, to 270, from 270 to 50.
Okay.
Yes.
What is the main cost component in this?
The filter.
The filter.
These filters.
So the fans, I think you're using what? Computer.
Yeah, CPU
CPU
fans.
Do you think that you could reduce the cost with, instead of using the CPU fans, do you think the cost of the overall project could be lowered down if you were doing some kind of a plastic molding for the cover or 3D printing, because it's custom shape, it is not a regular shape, right? So do you think, have you thought about how you could further reduce the costs in using novel materials while putting it together?
You so could you repeat that? I don't think I understood the question actually.
So right now you're using cardboard on which you have benchmarked your cost. I'm assuming that if this has to go out to the market and if this has to be a standardized product, you will have to use something else than a cardboard, right?
The cardboard is just the outer layer. We have used a wooden frame inside.
So you have used wood. Does that
Yes.
not increase the weight of the? Do you think wood is the best choice for that if you are using a portable device?
No, we have used reused wood. So plastic would cost basically more, I think.
So you're concerned about the weight.
I am asking, have you considered the cost of your entire system when it goes out as a standardized product? This is a DIY prototype, I
Yes.
understand, but since your motivation is cost, it is not only the electronics behind it, it's the entire product.
Yes, that is correct.
So have you thought about it, or is that something you have staged for the next stage of your development?
That is something we have staged, but very roughly we still believe it should. We discussed this, right? Sorry. So we are still sorry. We are still to go on ahead. After time up. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Next up, we have Dhruv Osuri and Rohan Samuel.
This on? Hello, my name is Rohan.
And my name is Dhruv.
And we are going to present our automated hydroponic farm, Grow Light. Cities are expanding, so nobody really has any time or space anymore for gardens. Well, automation is a sensible idea, but it takes energy. So we could use clean energy like solar energy, but what type of farm could be powered efficiently? So all these thoughts led us to engineer our automated hydroponic farm with sun following solar panel and recycled water. Our original idea was very complicated, but we made it simpler. So I created the hydroponic farm.
I created the sun following solar panel and did the electronics for the farm.
Our research shows that hydroponics use less water than drip irrigation, and our model works completely off the power grid and it recycles water.
I will now explain the sun following solar panel. We used a servo motor whose positive and negative are connected to two power rails powered by the Arduino. The power rails have a capacitor. They turn a cardboard sheet representing the solar panel until an LDR or light dependent resistor detects sunlight, in which case it stops and holds that position. Though the actual solar panel was too heavy, we could not put it on the sun follower, but it still powers the system through a power bank. I will now explain the hydroponic unit of our farm. We have used two submersible water pumps, one to run water through the filtration unit and the other to add fertilizer. The pumps positive and negative are connected to two power rails powered by a USB cable that has been cut to get the positive and negative. The positive connects directly to the pump and negative goes to a transistor so the Arduino can control the pump. There's also a flyback diode to prevent current inversion.
Why did we choose a sun following solar panel? Here I have drawn a comic called The Problem with Efficiency. So in the first panel, the farm asks the solar panel why its plants are dying. The solar panel replies, there is no power as it cannot reach the sun's rays. In the second panel, the farm suggests the solar panel to use servos to tilt itself towards the sun. It also suggests it to repeat this process every hour from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So 10 minutes, and the best thing was that the process only needed 0.75 amps, and it could produce that in 1 to 2 hours. So after 10 minutes, the servo motors have been attached to the solar panel, and it is much more efficient. And now the plants are growing again. So now I will explain the parts of the hydroponic water filter. So it has three parts. One is a fine mesh to keep the dirt particles out. The second is the activated carbon in a mesh bag. It clears out all the chemical toxins in the water. And the third is bioballs and ceramic rings. So they grow friendly bacteria, which clears out all the bad bacteria in the water. So here I've also drawn a cartoon diagram of the filter.
Some possible improvements for our farm are right now the water is being drained and added at the same time. So some water will not get filtered. We could drain the whole tank and re-add it separately. We could also use a more accurate pump, like a peristaltic pump, for adding fertilizer to the water.
Thank you for listening to us.
So my first question to both of you, yeah, kids. Yeah. So first question to both of you, what was the inspiration? They already are hydroponic systems in the market. So what was your idea of coming up with this?
What we were thinking is that, as we said, cities are expanding, so there is no space. So I previously read about hydroponics in another book, and I thought that it is much more space efficient. And then I thought about it further. Unlike a normal farm that will need water to be added very often and constant fertilizer, it would be more energy efficient because it only needs to change its water once every 2 weeks. That's what basically led to the ideation. And also, most hydroponic systems don't recycle water. What we have done is found an effective way to recycle them with this filter that he explained.
What was your biggest technical challenge in this project?
The biggest technical challenge was probably actually one, our transistors that control the thing were overheating, and also there's a small leak here that we couldn't fully solve. I tried using MCU, but that still didn't work. Those are the biggest problems.
And also, I connected three pumps. There were three pumps before. So one, it did not work because of the transistor. So that pumped the filter water back inside. So instead of that, we used gravity, and it works better, and it's also more efficient.
And what are your next steps?
Some of the next steps are the ones I mentioned, draining the full tank and adding it. We also need to use more powerful servos that can actually turn the heavier solar panel. Yeah.
I like the way you're thinking through these problems and trying to solve them one by one. So that's excellent work, and I think the others can also learn from it. But did you do any other additional research in terms of how they're doing it in the market, or it was completely just?
We did some research in the market. One thing that I noticed is that in the market they were growing plants in tubes rather than this box. But we decided to use the box because there's more space for the roots to spread out.
And also that most homemade projects were made out of boxes like these. So yeah.
Good job. Grade 7. Wow.
I have one question. So you mentioned that you put it in a box because the roots would find it easier and more space to grow out. Did you try to read up whether that is actually beneficial or not?
I tried, but I couldn't find much research. But we also mostly chose the box because it's easier to make. More pipes requires more pumps. More pumps consumes more energy, and more energy. The theme is sustainability. So more pumps and it'll be less
I'll
sustainable.
just end with a comment. You might be aware that hydroponics is being heavily researched for space applications because that is one of the places where it has maximum utility without soil adding to the payload. So you should probably look into the work that NASA has done in the last 2 years
Yes.
and then see whether you can make something along those lines which actually has an outcome or an application in mind rather than a
Yes.
generic solution.
Hmm.
There is no harm in doing it for cities,
Yeah.
but you should be clearer about what the goal is.
Yeah. Our main goal that we stated is that how there's less space, and this is more of a rooftop garden for like rooftop gardens. That, yeah.
Thank you, Dhruv. Thank you, Rohan. Sorry. Next up, we have Arvind Raghavji.
Hi everyone, I'm Arvind Raghav and today I'm going to be presenting the story behind my tech, the Phantom Energy Killer. So you might ask, what is phantom energy? So phantom energy is the energy that is being wasted when a device looks like it's apparently off, but it still draws a tiny amount of current because it's either not unplugged or it still takes current because the mains power is turned off. The mains power is not turned off. So I made a circuit to demonstrate phantom energy and how to kill it. Next slide, next slide. So my ideation process. So why I chose this idea is one day I read an article about what phantom energy was and how it's actually costing billions of dollars and taking a large amount of electricity. So energy in one device it might take very less amount of current, but when you multiply that across billions of devices, it takes a large amount of current that will be almost as much as a lot of power plants. Then I researched, and with the help of online resources, I learned how to use a current sensor to see if the if the device was on standby and it was drawing phantom energy, and how to kill it using a relay. So these are parts of my code. So this is, I made a rough diagram of the circuit which I made, and what the components which I used were a ACS 712 converter, a 5-volt relay, an Arduino Uno, and a mechanical push button and a few jumper wires. So the only hurdle which I had was that my code worked dynamically, meaning it created an ideal baseline, which is basically the average of the original values when it is on phantom energy, and then after that, when you multiply that with by multiplying that with 2, when the current crosses beyond that, it means that the the device is turned on, and using like 60 percentage of the current just being drawn, we can create a threshold, and when it drops below the threshold, it means that the device is on standby. And after that, I used my relay to cut the power, which will stop phantom energy from being. So now I will demonstrate my project. So I can see that it says calibrating offset. So calibrating offset, actually it the sensor creates like a few values which are actually random and not zero. So keep finding the average of those values, it sets the average as zero. Then after that, you can see it creates an ideal baseline of the first few values. Then when I turned the light on, it created it said learning active load and created an active baseline using 60% of the current. And when I turned the light off, the current dropped below that. So after some time, the relay which I have over here cuts the power, and now I can't turn the light back on. So what I did is I used a mechanical push button, which would allow me to turn the light back on. Now you see that it won't cut the power because it's above the threshold. Now when I turn it off, then the Arduino will cut the power using the relay, and then the energy will be saved. Thank you.
I'll start from the first. How did you come up with these values? Like, why did you say it's 60% of the current?
Because that was like a good threshold which I tested it, and I
Okay.
saw that like most that's a good margin for being safe.
But did you check with other people to see if this is the values or?
Yeah, I checked.
Okay.
So what is the baseline?
Yeah, so the baseline is dynamic. It's created using like 60 percentage of the active load. So the active load is like how the current which is drawn in when the light is turned on.
Are there any such circuits already available?
No, I had to create everything by myself because there was nothing which was like this.
Assuming that, you said billions of dollars are being spent,
Yeah.
and a lot of energy is getting wasted. I'm surprised that there's no research about it. Or
Yeah, so actually a lot of people don't know it exists. That's why I chose this idea, because it's silent and it takes a lot of energy.
Okay. So let me ask you a different question. Right now, you said the relay will switch it off, and you have to manually turn on the button to make it
Yeah.
come back again, which means there has to be a human intervention.
Yeah, there has
right?
to be a human intervention.
Do you think that is a thing that you can have across the system, or what would you do differently?
So I tried to automate it beyond this point, but then without that, you can't actually turn it back on without human interference.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aravind. Next up, we have Akhilesh Senthil Kumar and Sarvesh Radhakrishnan.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Akhilesh, and this is Sarvesh, and we're from Chennai in Tamil Nadu, and we study at Heartfulness International School. So you might be wondering, after seeing all these amazing projects, why we showed up to Bangalore with two cardboard sheets and a bunch of wires. Well, I believe in function over form, and what I'm about to present to you here is a project which me and Saresh are very excited to share to you. It's a self-sustainable highway, and it's a vision into the future. So one day, me and Saresh were reading an article, and we were very inspired by it. So basically, in Shibuya Station, which is a station in Tokyo, Japan, there was a booth set up, and that booth demonstrated how our footsteps can be used to generate electricity. Now, they used piezoelectric transducers to make these. So and they use these piezoelectric transducers to generate an energy from the footsteps, which were then used to power LED displays, information booths, and other low energy devices. This was an expert they did back in 2008, and we got very inspired by it. You can see the article which we linked here. So we decided to make our own version of this. So first, I'll explain what piezoelectric discs are. So piezoelectric discs are these small discs, as you can see here. And basically, these discs generate an EMF or voltage when a force is applied to it. So when a force is applied to it, it causes the disc to deform. And that deformation of the discs induces an EMF in the electrodes. And because of that, these EMFs can be used to power a variety of appliances. Now, the EMF, I'll explain this in the next slide, but the EMF can actually be generated twice. Once when it's bent, and when you let go of it, it actually bends back into shape. So it generates an electricity twice. So it's basically like AC voltage. And we actually use these already. So for example, we convert sound waves into electrical waves, and we use these in electrical stethoscopes. Now, here's a quick animation. So I do 3D modeling and animation. So I made an animation to describe this. So when the ball, is it playing? So when the ball hits the disc, notice how the light turns on. And when it bounces off, the disc moves back up again. But it still keeps the voltage. Why? Because like I said earlier, did you notice how the disc was getting compressed? And when the ball was being released, the disc went back up? That's an example of how it works. Both of those induce a voltage, and that voltage can be stored in a battery over there, as you can see in the right corner. And that powers the lamp, which is the white thing there. Now, our idea is to use piezoelectric sensors to harvest energy off vehicles that exert a force on the road while driving. So piezoelectric transducers work by using the sudden pressure difference to generate electricity. Now, I already explained this earlier, so I'll skip over that. And a multimeter actually proves my earlier point that it generates a voltage twice. So when you connect this to a multimeter and you tap the thing, it first shows a positive reading and then a negative reading, which proves that a voltage is being generated twice. Once when it's being flexed and once when it's going back to its original shape. So it produces an alternating voltage. So basically a sinusoidal waveform.
So I'll be explaining the prototype of this now. So this is like the work we did, like the procedure we formed to make this setup. So what we did was, first we had a simple aim. We wanted to make something very simple that series, and we believe that if we connect them in series, then the voltage will increase. As you can see here, we actually connected 10 in series. In the old version, we actually used 4, but here we use 10. And then what happens is we sandwich them between the cardboard. This represents like the layers between the road where we plan to place them. We'll just skip on to the next slide for now. Okay, this is like a thing I explained now. We tested it also in the middle, so to make sure that the disk works. And then we planned to use a thing as an analogy and not as the main circuit at all, because we actually wanted to add in more things. If you wanted to make it as a main circuit, we wanted to add in like a transformer, because the one drawback of this is it produces more voltage and like very less current in microamperes. So we planned in using the capacitor, sorry, I mean transformer. And these are like main things which we planned to like use as an analogy.
So, like for example, what he means here is the LED represents the street lamp in the highway. The discs are the discs, and this cardboard represents the road or the concrete.
So these were like the challenges faced. I'll just summarize it into a very simple form. The thing was, we didn't know if we had to use it in series or parallel before, while doing many test runs, and we also didn't know which capacitor to use to like regulate the energy flow for the LED to glow. So what we ended up doing is we ended up doing like the simplest form to like, because we had a lot of time restraints and we couldn't perform it on time. So we just used the simplest form. And in future, we plan to experiment more onto this and to find out the most efficient way. And hypothetically, the LED should actually last 1 to 3 seconds, according to calculations. Yeah, these were like the advancements which I mentioned before. Next slide.
So this is another animation I made, and it shows how this would work in real life. So as you can see, as the car is driving, the lamps light up due to the car generating a force on the road. So another advantage of this is, so as the car is driving, that force which the car is applying on the road powers the disc, and that generates the voltage to power the lamp, as you can see here.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention that one of the main points we want to do is we want to store the energy produced in day and use it at night. And these are like our future things which we plan to do. We are planning to experiment on what is the most efficient piece of electric disc which we can use, and also how to improve the efficiency to connect it in series or parallel. I'll just show you a demo of how it works.
Can we dim the light? Would anybody like to tap the thing? You can tap. Okay. So, sorry, tap the thing. So, can you see the light? If you want, you can come a little closer. It's a little hard to see. The bulb is small. Yeah. So as you can see a small tap powers it. Yeah. Thank you. And there's just one more thing I'd like to show you. So we actually made a full like 3D model of how this would look like in real life. So let me just share the screen.
You can share that later. It's okay.
Okay.
You can show that later.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. So a couple of questions. Yeah, I understand it's used in Shibuya and all of that. What do you think is the major drawback as to why it has not been commercialized yet?
I think the major drawback with this is, obviously, this is more of an idea. First of all, this isn't like a standalone product. You obviously have to incorporate it. And another drawback is, with the current technology we have, this is a really expensive thing to implement. And right now, I think that if you were to do this right now, I feel the energy saved would probably be less than the amount we'd have to spend to implement this. So this is more of a solution that would work maybe in the next 30 years, in the next 40 years, in the future. Maybe when piezoelectric discs are cheaper to implement and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and also one more main thing is that we don't plan to compensate main power completely with this. We are just using it as a complementary thing to main power. We will use main power, but if we can reduce the dependency of main power using this.
So from your prototype to a real application, have you calculated how much power it can generate?
We haven't done like the calculations like really, but if we were to take it to the next stage, we'll definitely do it.
Okay.
From what we calculated, a single tap can generate up to 0.5 volts to 2 volts.
That's from our hand.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the main drawback, actually. I mean, if you really think of first principles thinking, first of all, piezoelectric is with crystals, right? One of the major drawback is weight itself. You cannot have it on a concrete road because if you have very heavy vehicles going on it, you're going to break the crystal.
Yeah.
Okay. It's being used in applications where it's very sensitive. So if you look at, the electric stethoscope, so think of places where this application would be valid, rather than think of it more from perspective of, I understand you saw it as footsteps and all of that, but you also need to map the science, right? I mean, and that is an important thing that you need to also remember.
Yeah. So one thing which I did research on is how we can like make it withstand the weight. So I found out like a certain grade of piezoelectric sensors called industrial ones. They can actually withstand this weight. And also one of the main things we plan to do is we plan to evenly distribute the weight along all of these sensors while placing them within 1 meter intervals. So what happens is that there'll be lesser pressure exerted because the surface area is increased. Thank you.
Thank you, Akhilesh and Sarvesh. Next up, we have Sukrut M. Chandra.
Slides. Huh? Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sukrut Chandra, and today I'm going to showcase my project, Retractable Solar Bind. So the problem is that there has been an increase in the use of glass in commercial buildings all over India, and glass is an excellent absorber of heat, so it traps heat inside the buildings. And on top of that, India has a tropical climate with humid weather, especially during summers. So the glass increases the cost and energy required to maintain indoor temperatures. So such buildings currently use binds to reduce the solar load and also to increase the AC's efficiency inside the buildings. But then using the binds will mean that you also have to provide adequate lighting inside the building, which will also use energy again. So my project aims to address this problem. So this can be thought of as the glass commercial building, and this is the window, and the solar panels are mounted on the binds in a similar fashion. The only difference is that the binds are placed outside, while as you see these kinds of binds they're actually placed inside. But in my project they're placed outside, and I've used servo motors to rotate the solar panel, and I've used an LDR to detect the solar load. So basically, now I'll be showing how it works. So basically, if the sunlight is directly onto the onto the window, the solar panel spreads out to reduce the solar load, and also it harnesses the sun's energy at the same time, and this energy can be later used to provide lighting inside the building. So it was just working. I don't know what has happened now. 1 minute. Yeah, I guess one wire came out. Yeah. So yeah, now you can see the solar panel is moving. So when the sunlight is directly onto the window, the bind spreads out to reduce the solar load, and also it harnesses the sun's energy at the same time. When it is away, it turns back and it retracts to allow light to pass through it. So the materials I have used is the cardboard for the house and solar panels, LDRs to detect the solar loads, servo motors and MCU wires, and of course the batteries. So there are several limitations in this prototype due to various reasons. So in a large scale model, foldable solar panels can be mounted onto the binds. It will also improve the looks of it and also the efficiency. And the system can be integrated with ACs and temperature sensors for better monitoring of the energy usage inside the buildings. In addition to that, it can also be integrated with weather forecast systems and all of that. And one more improvement that can be made is you can use two servo motors to you can get a dual axis rotation system. So these are some of the images that I took while I was developing the project. So first I built the solar panel module, then I proceeded on to the testing, and finally proceeded on to the final assembly. So these are the screenshots of my code. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
So what's the inspiration for this particular
So I
project?
think about like 3 to 4 months ago, my father works in a glass commercial building as well. So he was telling that there is too much heat that is getting trapped inside the building. So he asked me to think about it and what we you can do about it. So then I came up with this project.
And have you checked in the market if such things exist?
Yeah, similar things exist in other countries, but there are very less in India. So like in countries like Sweden and all, they use similar systems.
So, what was the technical challenge to implement this?
So the greatest technical challenge was the rotation to make the rotation system, that is the solar panel module, because this kept coming out. It used to break off, and because the servo motors used to come out and all of that. So basically, putting it together and to drive the solar panel along with the servo motor was the greatest challenge I had faced.
So, what will you do if you have to go solve this problem in your father's office?
So yeah, basically you can implement the same type of a project.
How will you scale it?
So we can actually scale it because it has already been done. We can take inspirations from other countries as well. And while scaling it as well, you can improve the technology. Like as I said, you can use two servo motors and all of that. We can improve the quality of the sensors used, and also other things like integration with the temperature sensors and the ACs for better monitoring of the energy usage and all of that.
I have a question, Sukrut. Hi. So, fantastic idea.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would like to understand. You have said how it can be improved, right?
Yes, ma'am.
We can do multiple things. I would like to understand is there any limitation, and is there anything out there which probably wins over in certain aspects, maybe not all aspects? There is no one solution fits all.
So basically, that could be the direction the building faces, because north, south, east, west, all of that, and you get sunlight only in like certain parts of the day in certain seasons. That would be probably be a problem that cannot be solved, of course.
I understand with technology we can solve every problem, and I like the way that you kept saying, we can also do this, we can also do this. But sometimes design, less is more. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Try to solve the core problem. The other things can be taken up later. But if you start trying to solve every problem, you will not solve the core problem.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Sukrut. Next up, we have Samvid Batra, Aryaveer Sharma, Arav Garg, and Jay Mishra. Samvid Batra.
Abhi. Hello everyone, my name is Jay and I'm in grade 7. So this is our project and we also made a story with it. So I'll be telling you the story. So there was once a scientist who lived in the forest and he wanted to grow a harvest. So he made some crops and put it in his garden. But when he came back after a few months, it hadn't changed at all. In fact, I think he thought it had even gotten smaller. But then he saw all the insects and animals just feeding on his crops. He went back in his house and researched for a lot of time. He found something that caught his interest, a IR sensor, which stands for infrared sensor. So infrared is something that every human and animal emits. So then he got the sensor and he put it in his garden. After a while, all the animals and insects had not fed on his crops ever again. So that's this very small story. So I'll also be telling something else about sustainability. So you might think that sustainability is just like making everything super convenient and easy, but it's also about using waste and other materials that people think don't matter to your advantage. As you can see, we use some sawdust here to make some leaves, and in the home we also use the tiniest pieces of woods to make a leg chair or just a table. And yeah, thank you.
So, in this project, we had a unit and we studied about electricity, and in that we covered the basic symbols and how electrons flow here and there in a circuit, and like more stuff, how to make a basic circuit, and more about conductors and insulators.
So to demonstrate our project, we made this model with of a house with a roof with a working hinge, so you can access the inside of the house, with a working fan model which works if you just turn on the switch. And we also have this lamp where we on the outside we put this power box where if you just turn on the switch it will turn on. And over here is the main part of the idea, where if the deer goes close to the sensor it will start to beep, which will alert the homeowner so that he can like send it away.
So I will be explaining the circuit. So in the circuit,
we wanted a different for the security system. We wanted a difference between the out and the VCC, and we couldn't get that if the ground was also there, which was making it hard and very less likely for the difference to happen. So we removed the ground and we connected both the buzzers positive wire to the VCC and the batteries positive wire to the VCC, and we connected both the negatives to the out, so we get a difference between between the two. So when there's an obstacle, the VCC always stays to 5 volts, but when there is but on the out, it's becoming 0 volts, which is sending a signal to the buzzer, which alerts it to make a buzzing sound. And here for the light, we had to use an extra wire due to the lamp need a switch. You needs a they have two loops, and because of one wire connecting to both sides of one, so the battery one side is connected to the battery pack, and the other side is connected to the um, switch loops, and we have to connect two loops, and we have to keep a constant wiring. So we used another wire and connected it to the other loop of the switch, and put the other wire on the thing. And for the fan, we used a DC motor because we needed a motor which is not too big and not too small, and uh, not too fast motor or not too slow. Yeah.
So were you trying to test out an IR device, or I mean an IR sensor, or how did you come up with this idea?
So what happened was we heard that there was a robbery in a nearby place of ours, and we didn't want that the people deserve that because they did nothing. So we created this system so people stay safe while the safety system does all their work.
Good job. What did you learn in this process?
So we learned about like it was a very new unit for us in our books, and it was like we didn't know a lot of things, but slowly we upgraded our brain, and then and then and now we know most of the stuff about electricity. Oh yeah, and the door has a hinge.
Did you build this, or was it? Did you take your parents' help?
So we built this in school, and we took the help of our carpentry teacher, and we also took the help of our science teacher. And for the house, we had to cut a lot of wood, so we didn't want the wood shavings to go to waste. So we took the wood shavings and put them in our lawn or garden, so they look like leaves.
So like the help we took from our science teacher, so the buzzer broke right before this, and and we had to fix it like really quick. So we had to get like a solder from some shop, and he helped us make the buzzer work again.
So I have a comment to make. So I know that they were soldering outside because the buzzer broke. But you know, I what I loved about your project, and this is what I learned. When we talk of IR sensors, we are all thinking Arduino and putting a microprocessor. They have used the IR sensor without a microprocessor, and it was ingenious. So if the teacher is here, kudos to you on introducing sensors.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. That was our last team. I think all of us had fun looking at all the projects. So before we break for lunch, I would like to make a few announcements. Since we are running short of time, let's cut down the lunch by 10 minutes. So we will meet here in this room at 2:45. So at 2:45 we'll join back in the room for the prize distribution. Thank you all. Thank you, judges. Yeah. The lunch is set up downstairs at the foyer area where the registration was done. The volunteers will guide you. There's a stall put up for magazine that the STEM Monster students work on. So it'd be really kind if everybody would look at the magazines. Thank you. Check. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've had a nice meal, especially people who are from outside of Bangalore. Did you like our food? Thank you. We are known for food. Over the past few hours, we have traveled through the future from AI driven classrooms to energy efficient cities and sustainable digital worlds. Before we reveal the results, we have a very special treat. Many of you who are sitting here today at the Indian Institute of Science, perhaps dreaming of one day walking these halls as researchers or engineers. To show you exactly how to make that dream a reality, I please welcome Mr. Kuldeep, Chair IEEE PES IISc Student Branch Chapter. He is here to share an insider guide on research pathways at IISc, a guide to follow after school.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon. So, no, it's fine. I can. Hello. Everyone can hear me, right? Okay. So I am a PhD student here at IISc. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about some overview on the research at IISc. First, I will talk about like what is the research and what are the different areas in research that you can contribute. So research is like creating new knowledge or adding to the existing knowledge that we can do like by creating new concepts, methodologies and understanding. Also we can do by using that synthesizing the current whatever technology is there or whatever research has been done by other people, we can explore it and we can add on that. So there are different research outcomes that we have in the past. This is the recent one, and we keep on checking like AI is there everywhere. So the one is like we use for face recognition, and other one is like every time we are scrolling on your phone or wherever, like for the class or anything or reels or something. So AI gives us the relevant searches, and they suggest you the appropriate content for you. Then we have in the medical also, like we diagnose uh, what is the disease and all, and it can help the doctors in a multiple way. Also in the robotics, we use robots in military now, and we use robots in manufacturing units. We use robots in different agriculture areas, like they are plucking the tomatoes or something. We use these robots in different areas. So this is also one of the research area that you can explore. We are going beyond the earth. We are exploring the space also. We can see that Chandrayaan 3 that recently that ISRO have launched. So this kind of activities also we are doing in the area of research, and these are the outcome of research that we can get. And transportation, so we have now automated vehicles like which are running by themselves. We don't need a driver, and you can see that is also very helpful in this particular society. Then there is a basic need that we have, that is a energy. So we are now trying to go to the energy sources which are you say like carbon neutral, and which can help in the to save the climate. So we have solar energy, then we have wind energy and fuel cell and hydro. So various research are going on these particular areas to increase the efficiency and the brought down the cost. So now I will talk about that how you can increase build your knowledge and you can do new research. Okay, so first thing that after your like schooling, you need to select a path. like where you want to go. You want to go for arts, you want to go for science, or you want to go for any technology. So you for that, to build on it, you need to select an undergraduate course that will be like your bachelor's, that can be in technology, that can be in your arts, that can be in science. So if you want to build career in science and technology, you need to have mathematics, you need to have physics, you need to have chemistry and all. So that you can do. After undergraduate studies, you will have a good idea in that particular area. So after that, you can join to the research as a research assistant or something. And then if you want to build on it also, like you want to do new challenging research, then you can do graduate studies. Okay, in that you will select a specific topic. Like if you do btech in computer science, then after that, for masters, you can select a specific topic, like you want to go for machine learning, you want to do some networking, you want to do some other algorithm kind of research and all that you can do. This one. Okay. Even after graduation, the post graduation, you can do phds in that particular area. Okay, so that will help you to, you know, not only to do the like new work, it will not help only to do new work, it will also help you to build on it and help other like community to build the new things. So you will have the ability to, you know, build a product by your own, also to help other to build the products, not only your area but also in the other areas also. And after that, you can become a professor or researcher, you can continuously help the students for the research and developing the new products. So in between, you can join organizations like private organizations, they also do research like Facebook, Google and others. And also you can join the research labs like ISRO and others, like there are multiple research lab in India also. So now I will talk about research in IISc. So we have various divisions in IISc. We have biological sciences, chemical sciences, electrical and electronics, computer sciences. Then we have interdisciplinary sciences, which do the research between different domains of the maybe technology or maybe the you sciences or something. You can do interdisciplinary research also in IISc. Uh, so I am from EECS division. So I will talk about some areas that we in that we work on. So one is signal processing and communication and networking, where we convert any analog data, do processing, and work on whatever the application we are thinking to do that and convert to analog. So it may involve that particular complete process. Like we are speaking here, it is going to the audience that are listening at other place. So that is part of this signal processing and communication and network. Then we have computer systems, like whatever the application that right now we are using to show this to them, that is all is a part of computer technology. Like whatever the background noise that is there, that is getting removed and all, those comes into the computer science systems and software and AI and others. After that, we have power system and power electronics. So this particular department, electrical engineering department, mostly works on power system, power electronics, which you know, try to make the whatever the electrical devices are there to make them efficient, and also do new and new research so we can get new technology. Also we work on control systems like these robots and drones coordinated, like these drones are coordinated to make a particular image and all. So there is a lot of technology behind these particular tasks that has been done, is being used. So you need to have that understanding about it, you need to have science behind it, you need to have mathematics behind it. So that is also being taught here in IISc. So now life at IIC. So we have best research lab. This is the one of the oldest high voltage lab. Like you see big towers, right? In between whenever you go somewhere. So there are those towers are like 720 kilovolts. Right now we are using 220 volt. okay, but they are at very large scale. So we can do experiments in this particular lab for those kind of voltages. Then we have very good hostels here, and recently they have built new hostels also. And we have best sports clubs also, like there are multiple sports clubs in, like you have football, you have cricket, you have badminton, then you have anything whatever you can play. Okay, so you have every club there, and you have facilities also. So, and yeah, that's all. So now one thing, that how you get into IIC. Okay, so first thing, after your 12th class, okay, once you do your 12th class in sciences, then you can appear in the JEE advanced, or you can appear in ISR IAT for the BS, Bachelor's of Science in Research. For that you can appear in that, or you can appear for JEE advanced, and you can get into the BTech. So this second program, the BTech, they have recently started. So I think the first program was studied in 22 or 3, and now this year they have started 3 more programs. So you can go to the website and you can check what are the requirements and how you can get into it. Then for graduate studies, if you don't get like into the JEE advanced, you don't get through the JEE advanced, you have again opportunity to come to IIC. You can come through gate, you can do MTech here, and you can do MSc. You can, if you are doing sciences, like if you are doing normal bachelors, right, so you can give this JAM exam, JST exams, and you can get in the MSc also, and also the integrated PhD also. So you can do PhD gate, the JRF direct PhD also you can do. If you are thinking like, I'm a bachelor's student right now, but you are not right now, but you will become so once, then when you are in your bachelor's itself, you can decide that if you want to go for research or not. If you decide I want to go for a research and want to do good research, then you can directly come for the PhD without appearing for the MTech and other exams also. So this is what you can do. Also one more thing, recently on 7th of March we had an event called Open Day, if you anyone know about it. So IIC usually is open on Open Day for everyone, like in the India or wherever you are from. So you can come and visit every department on Open Day. Okay, so what they will do there, they will showcase small demos where you will learn so much about the technology or science or anything whatever you think of in this particular science and technology area. Okay, so if you get opportunity next year, this year it's already over. If you get opportunity to come to Bangalore next year, you can check when it is happening and you can come to IIC. I think thanks for this listening me, and if you have any questions you can ask.
I would like to actually specially thank Kuldeep for doing this. He specifically made the presentation for the pathways for all the school students here who are considering research or sciences. So if you have this opportunity, please ask him anything. We can have 1 or 2 more minutes for him to answer the questions. But yeah, he specially made the presentation when he heard that there's so many students coming today.
We are open to the audience. Thank you. Thank you, Kuldeep. That was incredibly insightful.
Yeah, I got it. For school students, I don't think so. There any opportunity, but yeah, but for graduate students, we have the opportunities. They can contact specific lab or the professor, like, and they can send them an email, and according to their interest, they can discuss with them. They will allow them. Yeah, yeah. Thanks.
Do we have more questions? I would like to take a moment to thank IEEE Bangalore chapter headed by Professor Gurunath Gurala, Chair, Mr. Satish B.A., Secretary, and the IEEE IISc Student Branch chapter student members for facilitating this grand event. Thank you all. Now, before we announce the winners, let's take a gratitude pause to all the mentors, teachers who stayed back late to fix those bugs, the parents who became part-time couriers, research assistants, and the ultimate cheer squads, and to our judges who had the toughest job in the building today. Let's give them a massive round of applause. So here we go with our first announcement. I invite Dr. Sonali Das Gupta, founder STEMmonsters Education, and Ms. Saujanya, educator at STEMmonsters, to join us on stage for the presentation. It's the Junior Hackathon Awards. These young coders provided that age is just a number when it comes to logic and sustainability. Yes. The second prize for the Junior Hackathon goes to Advait Reddy Chintala. Thank you, Dr. Sonali. Thank you, Saujanya. Let's talk STEM. I would like the judges to please step forward. Mr. Sukumar Rangachari and Ms. Pushpa Tantri. For the third place, we have Gianna Ashok. Can we have a big round of applause? For the second place, we have Awesome Doshi. And our first place winner for Let's Talk STEM 2026 is Ishwara Pulsani. Big round of applause. Thank you, judges. Story behind my tech. I request Dr. Kumudini and Dr. Suma to please step up. The third place, we have the team from Delhi, Samvit Batra, Aryaveer Sharma, Arav Garg, and Jay Mishra. Big round of applause, guys. For the second place, we have Parikshit Singh Jadeja. Big round of applause. First place champions for Story Behind My Tech 2026 are Dhruv Asuri and Rohan Samuel. Thank you, judges. To wrap up this incredible day, I invite Ms. Jayashree, educator at STEMmonsters, to the stage to share the final vote of thanks and officially close the chapter of this year's finals.
Thank you, Akshay, for that. Okay, congratulations to all the winners. And most importantly, congratulations to everyone for being here, being standing in front of this dais, in front of the parents, to the educators and teachers. It's very, very courageous to all of you to come here and share your story. It's amazing. Great work, all of you. Okay, so now I'm going to close the session. So we are very close to STEM Explore getting over. I know it's sad, but I would take a moment to Ma'am, do you want no, yeah, I would take a moment to extend my heartfelt thank you to everyone who made this event possible. First, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed judges. Thank you so much for coming here, for giving us your time, your insightful suggestions, feedback to the student. It really means a lot for the team. And then I would also like to acknowledge our distinct guests, Professor Gurunath Gurala, Professor Soham, Mr. Satish, Prashant, Miss Rija, Miss Ramaya, Miss Hema, and finally Dr. Shonali. So your presence and encouragement mean a great deal to us and to the students participating in this event. A special thank to Mr. Ritu and Ashwini Babu for representing our sponsorship team and for supporting this initiative. We would also like to thank our sponsors, DigiKey and Toynic, for their generous support.
Finally, our deepest thanks to the main volunteers. Without you people, this would not have been possible. So, this is for all of you. Or maybe we can do it during the photo shoot. Yeah. It's okay. Okay, so kudos to the volunteers. And next, I would also want to thank the STEM Monster team. This is from my side, and I'm proudly part of the team. Thank you, Sonali ma'am, for putting this all together, taking this initiative, and inspiring us each and every day. Also, I would like to thank Akshaya for hosting this session. I'm very thankful to Saujanya ma'am and Shakti. I don't know where he is, but yeah. And last, I would like to call Sonali ma'am onto the dais, and if you could just honor our judges. Yeah. I would like to request. No? Okay. I would like to invite Sir Sukumar. Can you please just come onto the stage, sir? Hmm. Now I would like to request Dr. Kumudini to please come ahead and grace the stage. Can we please have Miss Pushpa onto the stage for the honor? Next, I would like to request Dr. Suma to please come and honor us. Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I would like to thank our photographer for being very gracious and taking beautiful pictures of ours. And more than that, I'm also thankful in case I would have missed out the IISc staff taking care of the snacks, food, tea, everything. I'm really thankful to them as well. Now, to all the parents and the kids, please, the stage is all yours. Take it, take as many photos as you want. Go ahead, and we can also take a team photo, right? Uh-huh. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, sure. That is what I did. It's open. Let's just do it. Yeah. And the last thing, there are magazine stalls downstairs. The kids have done an amazing job. Please have a look at it and promote it. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Can we have all the participants on stage, please, for a group picture? We'll have one with our lovely judges. Once we are done with the group pictures, I request all the participants to collect your participation certificates from the table there on the right, on my right.